checking to make sure no one saw her. Scaride followed through the door marked private, then stopped. The room held a single patient, on a bed. Or, rather, a single body. As she looked at it, the face on it seemed to change, to morph in between that of an older girl, with short black hair, and an old man with a mechanical eye. The young Gosankuji stood so, trying to decide what to do. Something very bad here. Something wasn't right. No kidding, Scaride, she chided herself. To people in one body isn't your healthy, normal everyday occurrence. She'd seen some things that came close to this, with the collective, but this was evil. Thankfully, whatever it was unconscious. She could just grab Anika and leave. Or so she thought. Before she could do anything, the squirrel climbed up the bedpost and settled itself on the patient's chest. Oh, deity. Auntie Sakuen would be missing her soon, and if she found her in a private room she shouldn't be in, it'd be trouble. It'd be even worse for Anika if the animal were found there alone. Maybe even lethal. Scaride bit her lip, tried to ignore the nausea that she'd begun to feel, and started towards the cot. Chances were, after all, that this wasn't real. Didn't she always see things other people didn't? Just my mind acting up again. Nothing but that. She took a few stealthy steps, making them quiet as only a Gosankuji could, and launched her hand at the squirrel. The body intercepted it. It raised its right forearm mechanically and gripped her wrist. She pulled, and tugged, but it wouldn't let her go. The face turned to her. It was the old man, growing into the girl with that eye. What have we here? It asked. Tinny, the voice was, and distant as if from a ventriloquist, or if it were speaking with a borrowed tongue. Is it? With two faces in one cell. Maybe one of them did not belong. Then, it hit her. It had taken longer, this time, but she felt it. Whenever she came in contact with someone, whenever she touched them, she'd see a kind of halo surrounding them, and she could sometimes tell things from it. Usually, it was instantaneous. But this one had taken a while, and she thought she saw why. It was unstable, but flickered in between a canary yellow tinged with red streaks, and an awful, putrid aura, made of slimy greens and the purples, browns and yellows of decomposition. The first was friendly, comforting, and feminine. Warm, but shaken and confused. The second was corrupt, full of perversion like she'd never felt before. And male. Definitely. This one did not belong. It had taken over the other, and she had better rid herself of its grip before it did the same to her. Let me go, she shouted. Not quite yet. Oh, so young, you are. The left hand tried to brush her hair. She batted it away. Feisty, too. Yes, I think I like you. With a quick maneuver, he, or she, or whatever it was, managed to take both her wrists in one hand, and began to use the other to stroke her hair, feel her face, and more. Panic built up in Scaride, filling her like firewood a haystack. It grew inside of her as the monster continued its inspection, building up, until she finally found a way to let it out, a way she'd learned, but never thought she'd use this way. A lilac glow built up around her, pulsing along with her heart. The cyborg's face seemed not to notice, focusing instead on other things. So much the better. The aura built itself into a casing of spiritual energy, which she refocused, sending all of it to the space in between her cupped hands, and turning it into a bubble, which soon detached. Before her, the man blinked, then opened his mouth in soundless horror as he realized what was to come. Scaride grinned, now, as she directed the sphere over the patient's body, expanding it to fit the hole, then lowering it, and compacting it. The unwelcome spirit tried to scream, but his shouts could not pierce the purple barrier. The bubble grew smaller, tinier, going past the skin, filtering out that morbid, evil essence, and separating it from that which she gathered to be the rightful occupant of the body. Resistance grew, but faded quickly as she forced herself to concentrate, and keep up her object's strength. Already, the man's face ceased to show itself. The arms had relaxed, and all that visually lay before her was an unconscious young woman in a hospital gown with a panic-frozen squirrel on her chest. Almost there. Sweat trickled down her brow as her bubble continued to shrink, continued the elimination. At last, right beneath the physical heart of the patient, it reached a subatomic size, and finally, Children's Bedroom, University of Tokyo, 2093. Disappeared. Children woke up with a start, and was mildly surprised once her eyes cleared, to find herself back in her university room. Back with something wrong, Children? Famine. Her companion now stretched out groggily, roused from her slumber, and reached out to ruffle Jansen's hair. And no, just a dream. She shook her head. It's gone now. Glad to hear it. It'd be awful to spoil a lovely evening like the one we had with a nightmare. She smiled, and Children giggled. They'd had fun, yes, and all she had dreamed, all those things, were in the past. This was 2093, and she was safe, in her room. No Jean-side here Scaride had sent him deity knows where, and no Shirotary, either. Only Famine's warm olive skin against her own milky white one, only the sheets above them both. Only her head on Children's shoulder. Jansen took the woman's head in her hands, looking into her face. You have such lovely green eyes. No prettier than your brown ones, answered the hibiki, returning the compliment with a caress. Jansen let herself melt into Famine's embrace, glad for its feel of solidity. No more spirits to torment her, no more ghosts, no more. It's past 6, Children. She turned her head to Chia-kan, hands over eyes, and glowing pink. I'm sorry. I didn't know. She mouthed an "it's okay," and a smile. You told me to get you up by 6 for your jump, and, still covering her eyes with her right hand, she used her other to point at a clock. 6:30 m. deity. I'd better run. Shannon. HMM. Childra disengaged herself. It's nearly time for the jump. I have to go. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. The Hibiki's face assumed a serious expression. Being head of the A department does have its privileges. If you don't want to go, I could always find an hour before the event. Don't be silly. What's wrong, lass? Getting cold feet? Another grin. After last night, Kai-chan, I doubt I'll be having cold anything for a while. Children smiled, dreamily, then burst into a giggle as she saw her ghost friend Zora go a few shades deeper into the red end of the spectrum. I know it sounds silly, but it's just not safe, and I'm worried about you. 20 minutes in Victorian England? What could be safer? At the very worst, I'll be accosted. Oh. She'd phrased that as a joke, but she'd forgotten a little something about her superior. Here it comes. Shannon shuddered. There's a fate worse than death. I wouldn't put it past them, either. For those lecherous men, a quarter of an hour is all they need to. Arg. I don't know how most women stand them. Children nodded in nervous agreement and looked at Akan out of the corner of her eye. She, for once, was having a ball. You mean she doesn't know? Jansen shook her head slightly. All those nights you spend with, and she doesn't. And she thinks. Children, how could you? She expected a key mallet to flatten her for insensitivity any moment now, but it never came. Instead, the ghost burst into laughter. She couldn't decide which was worse. She'd have to tell Xanon someday, but that was in the future. Hopefully, the far future. The Hibiki sighed. You're right. I'm being silly. It's not like you're my nephew, or anything, and are in danger of getting lost if I take my eye off you for a second. She slapped her on the side. Go get dressed. A pause, then a wink. I'll help with the bustle. Children slipped out of the bed. No need, she replied. They're keeping the garb for me at A. Jansen dropped the bedsheet that had been covering her and searched the ground for the clothing they'd scattered there the night before. I'll just go in my work outfit. Are these yours, or mine? She held up a pair of pink lace panties, eliciting a stronger glow from Akan. Yours, I think. Right. The ghost turned to leave, but she motioned her not to. You're too uptight, she whispered. It'll do you good to stay. But, good. You're starting to get the picture. Once found, she put on her undergarments, along with the other essential items, khaki trousers, white socks, hiking boots and a lovely t-shirt reading Libens, Bullens, Boltons. Then there was. She looked over her hardware, deciding what to take. The bow and machete were tempting, and she reached for them. No weapons, Kai-chan, the head of her department reminded her. Children nodded, and reluctantly drew back her hand. Almost automatically, she slipped on her worn leather bandolier, checking its cartridges to make sure all her supplies were there. It was doubtful they'd let her take them, But after years of habit it would take more mental effort not to do it than to perform the scan. Her university jacket went over that, and she was done at last. Children always felt undressed until she had those two items on. Not that that's a bad feeling. So, she stood before her mirror, brushing her hair. How do I look? Lovely, as always. You look fine, Childra. She set the brush down. Then I guess it's time to go. Yes. Shannon rose from the bed, wearing the bedsheet like a toga. But before you go. She walked to Children and wrapped her arms around the historian's neck, the pressure between the two women being the only thing keeping the cover from dropping to the floor. As they broke into what promised to be a long and tender kiss, Akan shook her head, sighed, and stepped out through the wall into the main corridor. She was right. Minutes passed before they disengaged, and Childra walked out the door, leaving her superior clutching a blanket to her bosom, and looking at an empty doorway with tear-filled eyes. Envision epilogue, from the Strand magazine late 19th/early 20th century in the Japanese National Library, MS number sign GBE 10642. Partial page, damaged, missing top and bottom. Since the death of my dear friend Sherlock Holmes, the responsibility has fallen upon me several times to clear his name in certain matters which were in his lifetime left undiscussed for the sake of national security, or of giving him credit in those cases which were thought best kept out of the public eye at the time. However, time heals all wounds, and the perpetrators and victims of the crimes portrayed are long since dead or murdered, and so I once more try my hand at the chronicler's task, and reach into that famous safe box at our bank near Covent Garden, pulling out the notes of one such case. The time has come, dear readers, when I may safely reveal the strange and wonderful circumstances surrounding the adventure of the giant rat of Sumatra. Chapter 20 The Wanderer Betrayal. The Wanderer Forskerrides real and imagined, soars iminis et inaunis, obumbrata et vilatum mishi quoque iveris. Monk perludum dorsum nudum thero tui solaris, FROM the Carmen Albirano Tokyo Graveyard Autumn, 2096. Cobwebs and trapped spiders brush through me as eyes levitate through stone, changing the penitential black that is my day for the somber tones of mortal night. For I am dead, and it is from this not slumber that I rouse myself, rising through layers of soil and roots to trade the humid stagnant air found underground for the moonlit night, and the biting autumn wind. At least, I think it's biting. It moves the leaves so crisply, and the sound it makes when howling through the trees suggests it, but it's all I guess. I can't feel it anymore. I can't feel anything. Not with my skin, at least. I suppose it's fitting. My cadaver rots within a cold stone coffin, decomposition and bacteria providing the only warmth. Meanwhile, my personality is housed in an immaterial body that feels nothing physical, but gains strength with emotions. A proper punishment for the heartless way in which in which I forfeited corporeal existence. No longer do I have a heart to beat, or blood for it to pump. Instead, I have my soul, and guilt, and regret. When alive, I sensed with cells, and did not use my heart to feel. Now the situation is reversed. Touch is gone, but sight remains. Perhaps, even enhanced. Yes, I can see. I see the pain I've caused when I visit the university housing projects and looking on my husband and child. Not during the day. I couldn't bear to view them then, in the sunlight. It's bad enough to see their faces as I do, by the moon's illumination. They have tear marks on their cheeks, and their pillows are always wet. Because of me. Oh, deity. Did I think that? Old reflexes die hard. Heaven will not help me now. I'd better go, and get it over with. It's like a drug, you see. I try to isolate myself from the world which I betrayed, try to hide within my mortal remnants during the living day, perhaps in an unlocalized half-hope that I'll join them in decomposition. It's fear that draws me nightly out. I'm addicted to life there's, and whatever remains of mine. I must stay, to check on my family, to help in what small ways I can. I can't do much, but little things. Yaku never was good at housekeeping. I sweep the dust from the house, put the clean pots away. Little things. My child, my girl, poor thing, attributes it to sprites. She's right, in a way. But, I procrastinate. I must go now. The sunset was 2 hours ago. Where was it, again? The moon shows me the path. Its beams shine hard upon the crypts and stones and obelisks, casting long straight shadows. Tonight, they all point towards the university. I look up, and utter a quiet thanks to Diana. When you are dead, any favor is welcome, even from a lump of rock far in the sky. Out of mortal reflex, I inhale, then take a few steps. A voice stops me. You don't belong there. Cold, sepulchral, more than that of any ghost should be. It echoes, reverberating off the monuments and dying out so gradually, so naturally that when it's gone, I wonder whether it was in my mind. I shake my head, letting the wind go through it, and start my pace anew. I won't warn you again. Unmistakable, this time. Female, yes, but not mine. Young as if that meant anything in the necropolis, cold and determined. But who? I turn nervously, seeking a source, but all I find are graves and memorials, one behind the other, and the spaces in between are filled with shadow. Wait. I see it. Something appears, under the incline of a tilted tombstone. They blink into visibility from the darkness, to while a corpse, rimmed with white and shining by virtue of some unnatural power. I force myself to glide back a meter, but can do no more. I'm paralyzed, oh, not with fear. Something is holding me. Someone? The shadows melt from around the globes. They slip off like the silk dress from a lady by the hour and reveal a form, perfectly lit. It's not that it glows, It's that it's decided that it no longer needs to hide, and so casts the darkness from itself like an old cloak, replacing it with a mantle of moonlight. It is a female, crouching under the grave marker's slant. Her left hand is on the ground, and her right forearm is draped across her knee. She's dressed in a black and red bodysuit with a leather jacket, and a white streak runs down the middle of her long brown hair. The figure brushes a stray lock from her forehead, then stands. "Gosankuji Skaride," she announces, with a smirk and a mock bow. "Not that she has to. Every spirit knows the name of the killer of the dead. Now, it is fear that I feel. I've heard reports of you." The assassin smiles while speaking. Pots flying, dust swept. "You had me going there, for a while. I almost thought you were a poltergeist. The panic I feel is enough to cause beads of key sweat to form upon my brow. All legal recourse is lost with one's life, and if I'm her target, she takes upon herself the task of jury, judge and executioner, and in her law it is a crime for the dead to be with the living. There is no reprieve, and the penalty is oblivion. Almost," she continues as she advances, "but not quite, Minako. What are you going to do to me?" As if I didn't know. In fact, I knew the details all too well. Get rid of you, of course. The land of the living is no place for the dead. Please, I was just trying to help them. By killing yourself. My eyes widen, and she notices. Don't be startled. I speak with your husband often. He cleans the floor I room on. He's scared of you, you know. A pause. He led me here. No. It can't be true. Yakum wouldn't. The beads on my forehead turn to streams of tears, and I try to bolt, but find myself unable to move beyond the slightest twitch. Don't strain yourself. Your soul is weak, and I've had a long time to practice mind control. You're fortunate I've allowed you to speak. Now, let's see. Her eyes narrow, and her grin widens. How to dissipate you. The eyelids close, her arms are raised before her, and her lips tremble slightly. I watch in horrified fascination as Skaride begins to glow a shade of lilac. This is it. I've heard of it. Once that ore is seen, the exorcism does not fall long behind. I'd make a final prayer, but who'd hear it? Maybe she's right. Maybe I don't belong in this world anymore. Or in the next. A few more futile attempts to release myself, and then I resign myself to my fate. What else can I do? An instinctive gulp, a nervous shudder, more sweat, and an unbelievable depression. To think that Yakumi, my husband, to think that he betrayed me, when I was trying to make up for what I'd done. Just as I come to the conclusion that perhaps it's best that this is happening, the glow subsides, and the Gosankuji turns her back to me. Have I been acquitted? I reached to her or try the bonds on me had not been lifted. I had decided, says the exorcist, not to use the bubble. I'm free. A brief laugh. I didn't say that. She pivots to face me. There is something in her hand that wasn't there before. It's been a while since I've used the per bushels, and you'll make a perfect training target. She lifts it before me, taunting me by letting me view what is to be the instrument of my destruction. Every detail is absorbed, in only seconds, indelibly engraved upon the slate that is my memory. It is a dagger topped with a copper lion's mask, demonic and leering. The bronze grip is intricately carved with a pattern of intertwined snakes, and other things, half hidden by her fingers. She sees me looking at the weapon, and leads my gaze further down with a movement of her own eyes. There I note the two crossed triangles in cold gray iron that form the blade, topped by a ring of 3 boars' heads. The metal glows with green, white and yellow flames. This was never meant to tear through flesh, but to pierce the soul. "Run," says Scaride. "You have 5 seconds of grace." She nods her head, and I can move again. Surprise and bewilderment waste half of my sparse time. Then I recover and float as quickly as I can, away. But not quickly enough. She raises the mystical dagger, takes aim and throws it. Perfect shot. It heads towards my chest in a straight line and falls to the floor with a hiss, and a flash of emerald fire. What on earth? Who helped me? I have few friends, and none of them would dare to come between this predatoress and her prey. I follow Scaride's angry gaze to the top of a nearby obelisk and see a dark silhouette against the moon. I can't make out details past a male physique, and the yellow, or is it orange, tinge to his long cloak. He'd thrown something that stopped the weapon. His intervention saved my afterlife, but who is there to stand for him? Glaring at the intruder, the assassin takes her dagger from the ground and wipes it clean on the side of her trousers. "Who are you?" she asks. A pause for thought, and the shadow man answers her. "Just a passerby." His voice is strong and gentle, but the outline of his limbs suggests he's tensed, and ready to spring into action if need be. "This is none of your business. The persecution of my kind is always my business." "Your kind?" For once, my foe and I speak in unison. The one who saved me turns his head to face my own. "You may know me as the Wanderer." The Wanderer. I have heard of him. And it makes sense. I never dreamed that he existed. Oh, he's more of a myth, a legend, a kind of wandering Jew. They say that centuries ago, his spirit had been cursed to walk all lands until he had atoned for the evil in his life. He'd been a selfish, lazy lord who paid no attention to his subjects' pleas, sacrificing their comfort for his luxury, and never leaving his palace walls. After death he was compelled to go from place to place, staying nowhere longer than an evening, and helping those he could. By luck, he has found me tonight. Apparently, the Gosankuji also knows the story, not surprising for someone in her line of work. Startled, she looks over her adversary, and steps back a few confused steps. It's not long before she regains her composure and leaps toward the avenging spirit, per bushels in hand. I scream, but my warning is unnecessary. supernaturally enhanced reflexes kick in, and the man propels himself from the obelisk just in time for Scaride to miss and tumble over it, flipping onto her feet on the other side. "Stay away," the Wanderer hisses at me. "I've already saved you once. I'm not sure I can do it again. I want to help, to protect him, but I realize my frail constitution will only harm his chances, so I nod and hide behind a crypt. From that vantage point, I can safely watch the battle." Seeing him distracted, Scaride charges with her dagger foremost. With lightning speed, the man unsheathes his own weapon from a back-held scabbard and swings at her when she comes close, knocking her against a gravestone and sending the blade flying out of her hand to bury itself in the ground between them. That, at least, bodes well. Both combatants seem to realize that if the assassin tries to take it out, the time she wastes will allow the Wanderer to win the battle, which would be awkward, to say the least. Dying in such a way, the exorcist would join our ranks. An amusing thought, and a situation she would not find pleasant. To begin to walk around in a circle, with the per bushels as its focus. They never take their eyes off each other, and I can see them as they go by me. Scaride still illuminated by that unnatural not darkness I first noticed, and her face is drawn, pale, but for the dark-ringed eyes, and determined. As for the Wanderer, I try to make out features, but when I think I have his face in focus, the image flows and blurs, so I can't see anything clearly other than the crop of hair covering most of his forehead. As much as the other is luminescent, he is bathed in shadow. Oh, not for long. A few moments, and my champion begins to glow in the blue of the spirit light. He seems to be drawing the energy from the graves around him. The very stones yield up their death essence and channel it into him. The netherworld knows its avatar, and tries to strengthen him. Unfortunately, he also faces its greatest foe. The assassin herself is now surrounded by an aura, hers being the same dull purple as her eyes. She's going to exorcise him. I must do something, so I jump towards her, but too late. She cups her hands, and with a shout of "Tamasi Iwanawa," forms the fatal lilac globe of ki, which she sends hurtling towards him. The warrior is ready. He closes his eyes and the blue flames about him grow, as do those of his surroundings. They pour power into him at an alarming rate, and he, too, releases it with a battle cry, "Shishihagan." The aura leaves him in a solid column of azure fire which rushes upwards a few meters before cataracting back onto him. The ground beneath the Wanderer rumbles, and coils of dust are sent flying by the impact. The rest of the spiritual energy erupts in a key shock wave at the height of his chest, which spreads outward as a glowing disk. The monuments which fed the blast also absorb and harmed its impact, but I am knocked down, and the assassin with me. When I rise, the soul trap bubble has dissipated, and the spent-looking spirit stands erect, hands at his sides and head hung low. "Don't trouble my kind any longer," he softly intones. Scaride simply glares at him. She's been defeated, but refuses to admit it. I am safe, for now. She crouches, huffing, and wipes blood from her face where she's been cut by her fall, but she does not move towards me. The wanderer then walks to where I am, head still lowered slightly, just enough so that I cannot see his face. You don't have to leave until you're ready, he assures me. The voice is soothing by its mere presence, but the words puzzle me. Ready? I ask. Ready for what? Until your business is settled. We spirits all have unfinished business, now, don't we? He chuckles. Does he find it funny? I wonder whether to answer, but am stopped by a shadow of light rising behind him. Wanderer. Behind, with a single graceful stroke, he once more unsheathes his weapon and points it at the assassin's chest. Its tip glows blue, and by that strange light I can see it clearly. No sword, or bookend, but a bamboo umbrella. Don't mess with me, he growls. These words are threatening, just as those to me were comforting. My people are unhappy as they are, and if you try to add fear to their lot, the glow around the umbrella intensifies. I am prepared to use that depression to avenge them. You don't frighten me, she claims, but the cold sweat glistening on her forehead betrays her. And I'll make sure you cannot frighten her. The wanderer nods in my direction, and Scaride raises an eyebrow. I cannot stay, he continues, but I'll make sure this hunt, at least, ends here. The Gosankuji closes her eyes and begins to tremble in expectation of having the umbrella run through her heart. Instead, the spirit jumps and somersaults onto the top of my headstone and thrusts the tip of his weapon onto it. Bakusai Tenketsu. The cry is soon drowned out by the sound of stones shattering and fountaining upwards. When the shrapnel falls, the wanderer has disappeared, and I am left alone with her. The Gosankuji stands and looks in silence at the pile of rubble, then draws her dagger from the ground and wipes it clean before resheathing it. I'll be seeing you again, she tells me with a smirk, once you've had a proper burial. I watch quietly as she turns back and begins to walk, melting invisibly into the shadows from which she'd come. Now I am by myself, and free, for the moment, to set unfinished business. The moon is yet low in the sky, there's time. Smiling, I set off towards the university, towards my husband's home where I can be of some use, even if it be in housekeeping. I'll be quieter, this time. Fate monstrous and empty, shadowed and veiled you plague me too. Now through the game I bring my bear back to your villainy. FROM the Carmen Alberna translation, c. 1984 The Decca Record Company Limited, London Betrayal, O Fortuna. The Luna stage variabilize semper crescis ob decrescis, vita detestabilize mancabdura de tunc curat ludomentization. FROM the Carmen Alberna watching the sunset reminded him of when his own life light had been extinguished. It had been a long illness. Long, and painful. He'd come to cherish the spasms. Oh, the constant bashing of his head, the churning of his gut, the messages from all his limbs telling him they couldn't hold on for long. He'd made them keep on going. He'd used his almost supernatural endurance to survive, to force himself to go through this, because it brought atonement, and the very agony would take his mind away from the real pain and knowledge he'd betrayed his friends, and more. First had come Ranma. It wasn't so bad that he died. Ryuga had always known his foolishness would get him killed, but to drag Akaane with him. If only for that, he should have been there. He would have been able to help, and if Saotome would have lived, then she would have also. Why dwell upon that now? Oh, he'd chewed on the topic for decades, and it's not as if it was his only misdoing. In time, he'd found his outward lack of navigational skills to be only a pale reflection of his soul whenever anyone he cared for needed him. He found it easier to be away, to be lost. Ranma had only been the beginning. It hadn't sufficed to let his first love and his greatest free rival die. He had to make it worse. No use delving into what had happened with Nabuki. They'd spent the night together, then he'd abandoned her, and she had also died. Blown to bits. Torn to pieces by his neglect, when she needed him most, after Kasumi's accident. Where was he? Where he always was. Somewhere else, lost and depressed, too buried in his own angst to even think of bringing comfort to others. And finally, Yukayu. They hadn't married for love, both of them had known that. It was more for spiritual convenience. They needed each other, for comfort. They'd both lost their goals in life. She had no Ranshin to betroth, he no opponent to beat or Scarlet Heart to win. Yes, they'd been more or less happy for a time, and had even had a child. They'd named him Kyoku, memory, after the only link that held them together. Then, what had he done? Withdrawn again into his own dark world of self-pity and loneliness, leaving her alone. She'd gone mad, of course. Buken died in the sanatorium, after spending years in a straitjacket, eating institutional okonomiyaki from soft rubber plates. Yes, the spasms helped to stop his thoughts on that. The pulsing fire through his fibers stopped his dwelling on the past, and linked him to the present, to the house, the room, the ground, while Kyoku's hand upon his own reminded him that he was dying a coward's death, and not one of a warrior. It was better that way. That evening, so long ago, the thoughts had passed much the same through his mind. He'd thought they'd be his last before oblivion, and so he had endeavored to remind himself of all his crimes, of all that he'd betrayed. Akan had been the last word from his lips. And then, the unexpected. The room grew dark, and a column of white light tinged with blue descended on him as Shishihukan reversed, the pillar being of joy, not depression. He felt his essence being lifted from the aged framed, the pain released, and just as he'd been promised by theology, his beloved was there to greet him. Akan. She was beautiful. From his vantage point, her yellow and blue pastel dress almost glowed. But she was on the other side, not within, but without the bright and beautiful light. As he looked down, she turned around, and bowed her head, and walked out of the chamber with the doctors and the nurses. He was leaving her, again. He tried with all his might to shout, but he could make no sound that she could hear. He resisted the warm suction pulling him upwards and battled the force, clawing, forcing, pushing until when she was just beyond his line of sight. He made it past the white barrier, and found himself somewhere else. He'd gotten lost on his way to the afterlife. That's when it had begun, the journey that would end tonight. Less than half an hour, now, until the twilight gave completely to the canopy of stars, and the moon took over from the sun. Only half an hour, and it'd be over. He had resolved, back then, to never be intentionally lost again. All his travels would be with a single purpose. Some kind deity above had allowed him one last chance for happiness, one last chance to atone for his crimes, and to live a true heaven on earth. He saw it all so clearly. Ranma had never truly loved Akan. Even in death he had forsaken her. Ryugu would not do the same. He would find her, no matter how long it took. He had promised to himself, and when he did, he would protect her, care for her. Now free of their mortality, they could always be together. To seek her out, and serve her as Ranma never had, that had been his vow. That first wrong turn, at his deathbed, had landed him in Africa. After that had come years of wanderings and painful journeys. At every point in his travels he would come across more of his new people, the restless dead. Each of them had its own sad story of unnatural death and unfinished business. His love for Akan was always foremost in his mind, its brilliance like that of a holy grail. It was the object of a quest that promised salvation at its conclusion, always his beacon, always his ultimate goal, but in the meantime, he hadn't been able to pass the others by. There were so many tales of suffering, so many people who needed him. He couldn't pass these by. Couldn't bear repeating the mistakes of his life in this new existence. So, he'd helped. In a slightly altered form. Hibiki Ryuga, for all intents and purposes, was gone. The geriatric millionaire who'd lived and died a bitter hermit turned to dust along with his cadaver. He didn't want to be remembered as a sickly man who had betrayed all he had loved. He had been granted a new beginning in death, and so he had gone back to where the ending had begun. Ghosts can change their appearance as they please, and he'd set his back many years, to his youth, to the time he'd spent with Ranma. Gone were the suits and long black kimonos, and back on came his bandanas, now truly infinite in number, his long, coarse yellow shirt, black trousers and lead ties. The umbrella had proved a perfect shape for channeling ki, and to finish it all off, he'd added a cloak. Rough and brown, it symbolized his current state. He hid his features with it, not letting himself take credit for the deeds he performed. His need to prove himself, and to acquire a reputation had already caused enough damage. Now, he was known only as the Wanderer. He only stayed in a place long enough to help the spirits there and find his bearings, and then would continue on his way. Stories grew up about him, legends, too. Some called him the Wandering Jew, others said he was a shipmate of the Flying Dutchman's. When asked, he neither confirmed nor denied the rumors. All that mattered to him was not to abandon those who needed him, and not to lose track of his true goal. Again, his covering was a reminder of this. It was the cloak which he'd torn off on his first approach to Tokyo, so many years ago. And now, it seemed, he would at last be able to toss it from himself forever. He was here, in Mirima, and with the first beams of the moon, she would surely come. If not before. He closed his eyes and concentrated, drawing into him the energy from his surroundings. Stone by stone, the memorials poured their power into him. All their stored depression, all their sadness filled his spirit body, charging him, energizing him. He was on blessed ground, where Akan's ashes lay, and to be on it at last, yet immaterial, was almost sacrilege. He channeled the key into his feet, giving them some semblance of solidity, so he could feel the dirt, and leave an impression on it. Ironic the dark emotions would not pave his way to joy. A smile crossed his face, for the first time in years, and he started on the pebbled path to the Tendotum. Just before reaching it, he stopped. Two women, dressed in black, were kneeling at the monument next to it. The taller one was blonde, and the other had short black hair. Could it be? From behind, he couldn't tell, but he wouldn't dare to go in front of them, in case he took the safe way out, going as close as he could, then hiding behind a tombstone, and watching. The dark-haired one was sobbing, but broke through her tears for long enough to speak. Why did he have to die? Why? He's gone, and I couldn't tell him that. The girl turned her head, and Ryuga saw her face at last. It was Akan. Even in grief, she was beauty personified. But why? It couldn't be that, could it? It's all my fault, she continued, green key tears flowing freely from her eyes in a manner that he himself had seen too often. If only I hadn't. I could be with him, now. She might mean you. He tried to fool himself. She was at your deathbed, and she saw the light come for you. Hush, lass. Wherever he is, I'm sure he's watching over you. He can see you, and hear what you say. He knows. You shouldn't blame yourself. I know, and I would never blame you not for anything. Who else can I blame? Me. There was silence for some time, then Akan's face twisted itself into a grimace and her right fist glowed a slimy green. Ranma Saotome, she shouted, and threw a key-charged punch at the name carved into the black marble in front of her. A millimeter before contact, the attack stopped short. I love you, she sobbed, lowering her hand and head while the blonde gripped her in a careful, slow embrace. Ryuga returned the borrowed energy to the graveyard. He had more than enough dark ki to fuel him now. To shout, to speak, or make himself known, he backed away in silence. This was no place for him. His time had not yet come. He should never have thought that a few years of desperation could make up for the lives he'd spoiled, the chances he'd been offered and which he had declined. He turned and ran full speed but immaterial into the moonrise, going through wood and stone and grass like the will-o'-the-wisp he now was. He no longer cared where it was he went. He'd seen the Grail, and it had not been found worthy of its bounty. When he'd set his goal, he had misjudged, and forgotten one thing in his heart of love and hatred. Ranma had left her, but she had not abandoned him. Oh fortune, like the moon ever-changing, always waxing, only to wane once more, fateful life now tempers, then heals, mocking the mind's establishment. From the Carmen Alburana, translated by C. Wilmore *, Chapter 21 *, Vendetta, yet another offering from the Anything Goes School of Indiscriminate Fanfic Writing, written by Aaron Mills, edited by 4CW6R. 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Rent. Once upon a time I was falling in love, now I'm only falling apart. Nothing I can say. A total eclipse of the heart, total eclipse of the heart, written by Jim Steinman, performed by Bonnie Tyler, Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane, October 15, 2038, 3:14 a.m. Yukai Saturn. Her bunk, her knees drawn up under her chin, her arms clasped around them. It was a comfortable position after so many years of being confined in a straitjacket. She had tried to sleep, but couldn't. Her mind was racing with bitter, fateful thoughts. No one had come to see her. No one. Obviously, neither Ranma nor Akan would be showing up. But the others, Kasumi, Debiki, hell, even shampoo would have been a welcome sight. But there was no one. Even her own husband hadn't bothered to show up with their son. That was the ultimate insult. She hadn't even been allowed to see Kyoku on her birthday. Oh, no, not her. For Hibiki Yukai, it was just another 24 hours of diagnoses and examinations. How many more tests could they take? There were only so many muscles in the human body, only so many vertebrae and types of spinal fluid. She was cured. Couldn't the damn doctors see that? The last outburst she'd had was when she broke an orderly's nose. 5 years ago. Or was it 6? Kind of hard to tell when the only way you have of telling time is by the LCD clocks in the halls. Since then she'd been a model patient, saying no, thank you, and an "I'd please you, sir, do feel free to take another sample of my flesh." It made her sick. That whole charade, that whole disgusting facade of complacency. All of that had been so she'd eventually be allowed to see her son, to see the one she'd birthed on her own birthday, and to be once again together with her husband. Her husband. For that, she'd put up with torments and suffered incalculable degradation. And now, this. Dr. Takama's eyes, she'd begun that morning. "I have a favor to ask." He lifted his eyes from the pad he was scribbling on, and smiled. It had filled her with hope, that grin of his. "Yes?" he'd asked. "It's my birthday today." After a glance within the folder he'd held, He'd agreed. Yes, it island, I was wondering. Another dream? No. Just a favor. What kind of favor? I've told you before, your cell is far too small to fit an okonomiyaki gridland, and the fire hazard, even for just one day, is not that. What, then? I would like to see my son. He'd frozen, then, and looked her straight in the eye, his face an unreadable mask. Your son. No emotion. Yes. My son. Kyoku. Hibiki Kyoku. He'd smiled again. Dr. Takamak's eyes had, and the smile had grown, and burst into a laugh, a vile sound which still rang in her ears hours afterward. Yukayo was starting to get angry again. All right, so maybe it wasn't all Ryuga's fault. With Takamatsu keeping her at bay like that, it was almost impossible for anyone to get to her. But it wasn't anyone that she needed, that she wanted to see. It was Ryuga, her husband. Why didn't he just blast his way in and rescue her, or use that company of his to pull some weight? Yukayo fingered an imaginary spatula as her fury swelled, and she felt an urge to shout, to scream at those who'd kept her in, who'd caged her then abandoned her, figuring it was easier to forget about her than to hate her. She thought it down. It wouldn't do any good to rant out loud. That would only alert the orderlies and prompt another rousing game of guess the sedative. She had to make do with her thoughts, her silent thoughts, just as inaudible in her mind as when she spoke them out loud. It's official then, isn't it? Nobody cares anymore. Nobody gives a damn. They don't want anything to do with me. Why should they? Oh no, they say, we can't see her. We can't bear to look at her in such torment. It must be awful living like that day after day. No shit. I can't stand this place anymore. I'm sick of staring at the same four walls every day. Oh, that was her darling husband all over. He'd go on and on about how something made him depressed, and start that blue-green glow of his, but when it came time to do something about, he found it better to sulk in the sidelines than to get involved. He'd probably felt so noble, following his sacred Bushido. Yeah, right. Just an excuse for him to stay away and feel good about not doing anything, while she rotted in a padded cell. And it was no use for her to try to get herself out of this mess. She could talk to the doctors, tell them her every problem, tell them she was fine now, but all they had to do was open that file and read the words destroyed half of the Nirima district unassisted. To make them decide to slap her back in here and do more tests. Where had her life gone? Once upon a time, she'd had Ronshin, and, even though she might not have admitted it then, I can. Then along came that ghost, and suddenly they were gone. Taken from her. Everything that had filled her had been removed. Then, she'd found Ryuga, who'd made her whole for a time, and she, too, had sealed the void in his life, or so she'd thought. Or so she'd been foolish enough to think. He'd seemed so kind, so gentle as he grinned, and knows she'd never forget the laundry bill for the wedding night, and yes, he held her and whispered to her how much she meant to her. And of course, she believed him. When he left for days at a time, she pegged it on his lack of direction. Now, she was beginning to doubt it. Damn you, Ryuga. He'd made himself a part of her, and now that he was gone, no. Now that he refused to be here, she was only half herself, only partially here, and she felt it. She felt like something was missing, doubly since her son had also been removed from her. Kyoku was truly of her flesh, more than what was in the little test tubes they removed from her daily. And why didn't he feel likewise? Why wasn't there a gap in his life that he'd do anything to bridge? Why do you wanna bet those weren't random trips after all? That had to be it. The scumbag probably had girls lined up all over the world. A real traveling man. Yukai's locked away, he'd probably said to himself, and so much the better. Now I can stay longer with that friend of mine in Waikiki. Despite herself, Yukai began to cry. She tried to stop the flow of tears as she wanted to be angry, not sad. She should be outraged, damn it. She should be shouting, yelling. But somehow, she didn't have the strength to. Even if she did, who would listen? The only people who truly paid attention to what she said were the journalists, early on, and now and then the occasional historian. And always, the questions they wanted answered were about her past. Not about her present, for nothing happened, not about her future, for she had none, but about her past, what had been. About the time when she had lived, when her life had meant something. Not like now. Deity, why? Why am I still on this planet where nobody cares anymore? Where no one loves me? Where all anyone will remember is the pain and suffering I caused? Why? 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 The screams burst from her lips involuntarily. She screamed the words over and over again, until the whole ward was awake and screaming along with her. She fell to her knees in the center of her room, raised her fists to her mouth in her old habitual gesture, and unleashed a shout that summed up her decade of imprisonment. Why? Because Yukai froze. She knew that voice. It was weak and distant, but she recognized it. She couldn't fail to. She'd heard it in her dreams. No. In her nightmares. Night after night, year upon year, but it had been close to a decade since it had spoken to her in the real world. You know why? Yukai. You've always known. No. Not this. Not on my birthday. There's still a chance that Ryo-chan might, you call him that now, after all you've done, and thought. It was closer. Now. Get out of my thoughts. The voice cackled. You hypocrite, it said, and for some reason, it sounded pleased. It was always only a matter of time, Fuken. It seemed to be right outside her door now, taunting her with her own name. Don't call me that. Oh. You would prefer Oko-chan? Yukayu tensed and for the first time in years green ki began to glow about her, as she instinctively crept into a battle stance. How dare you use that name? You monster. As much of a monster as you said your husband was. The door creaked ajar, and Yukai's battle aura intensified. As much of a monster as yourself? That did it. All her depression flowed away, washed off by a flood of pure, undiluted hatred. And she launched herself at the door as it opened. Grabbed her arm. She's lost control again. But she's glowing. Use the titanium needle 10 cc's of almost 6. Isn't that a bit much? Remember what she did. Oh, Lord. It looks like she's about to, now. The green energy surrounding her was on the brink of exploding when they jabbed her in the arm. Yukayu felt a sharp pain, then a wave of fire rose up her spine and exploded in her brain as the excruciation spread along her veins and caused another detonation in her chest. She collapsed on the floor. The autopsy report stated that patient number sign 473,806 died of a freaking rush of blood through the veins, fatally exceeding her cardiac capacity and resulting in aortic and ventricular disintegration. Or, in layman's terms, Hibiki Yukayu died of a broken heart. Name? Yukayu opened her eyes, only to find the familiar whitewashed concrete walls of her ward gone, replaced by wood paneling and plush blue carpeting. Wherever she was, with the recent government cutbacks, it sure as heck wasn't Looney Land. Name? Yukayu thought. She stood up and looked at her surroundings in more detail. She was in a lavishly furnished, oak-paneled office. Bookshelves lined the walls, each volume bound in colored leather. A pair of leather-upholstered chairs stood in front of a large, ornately carved ebony desk. And behind the desk. Name? Yukayu looked at the person behind the desk. He was a young-looking man dressed in a gray three-piece suit. Questioning brown eyes stared at her from behind a pair of black-rimmed spectacles. Unruly brown hair flopped down onto his left eye. The nameplate on the desk read Miller. The name meant nothing to her. Hibiki Yukayu, she answered. Miller nodded. Have a seat, Miss Kwanji. Yukayu stared at him. He raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, he said. I thought that was the name you preferred. I do. But how did you? We know everything on this side, Miller replied, interrupting her. Then why did you ask me my name? Coherency test. Please, sit. Yukayu took a seat, feeling very confused. Miller walked over to a shelf, took down a book bound in purple leather, and returned to his seat. To begin with, Miss Kwanji, you're dead. Dead? You died of a fatal cardiac hemorrhage. Then this is a way station to determine exactly where you'll fit into afterlife society. Right. Sorry to tell you, Buster, but I don't quite feel dead. The woman looked around. No doors or windows anywhere, not even a ventilation shaft to serve as an exit. That left her with several options. A. She had been drugged, and this was just another, particularly demented, particularly vivid hallucination. She thought she could remember being poked with a needle just before passing out, so that was a definite alternative. Pitakamatsu was up to his old tricks again, and was trying to prove she was unbalanced by placing her in a staged situation so absurd that acceptance of it would imply that she was out of her ayaki flipping mind. See? This Miller was telling the truth. Yukaiu thought for a second, instantly discarded C, pondered A, and finally decided upon B as the most likely, since her thoughts were quite clear, and the little horned devils seemed to be crawling out of the woodwork, as they would be in one of her drug dreams. Pending further information, she decided to play along. Just until she caught on to Takamatsu's game. So, she asked, "This is the big judgment? Just you, me and that book? Anticlimactic, I know. That's exactly what I thought when I came over. Anyway, this book details the major events in your life. It tallies up the good deeds and sins you performed in your life. Whichever total is higher, after cancels are figured in, good deeds and sins cancel each other out on a 1-to-1 basis. Larger sins or good deeds take out more than one of the other." "I see," said Yukaiu, putting it together. "You count up the number of good deeds I've performed and the sins I've committed, and whatever's left over decides where I go. In a nutshell. Seems like a stupid system to me, sugar." Miller nodded. "I know, but the three consider it the most fair way. The three. Let's see. There was Takamatsu's, Gosankuji, and, oh no, you'll find out more about them later. Now, then." Miller opened the book and began paging through it, his eyes scanning each page at incredible speed. While she waited, Yukaiu amused herself by imagining exactly what would happen if the numbers didn't come out in her favor. Suppose it's like the Christian hell. Flames, pitchforks, men running around naked pushing rocks up hills. That could be interesting. But what if it's personalized? Giant okonomiyaki trying to pound me flat with spatulas. Could I stand the torment? Yukaiu smirked. Fa. What am I saying? I've lost Ranma and spent most of my adult life in an insane asylum. Could any hell be worse? Yes, actually, Miller said, not taking his eyes off the page he was scanning. Yukaiu's eyes went wide. I told you, we know everything on this side. For an instant, a flash of uncertainty crossed her mind. Maybe he was telling the truth. Then common sense kicked in, and she decided that she must have either spoken aloud or imagined the response. While she was still puzzling it out, a look of confusion crossed Miller's face. He backtracked a few pages and reread, then stopped in the same place. What's wrong? Asked Yukaiu, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Miller looked up at her. Well, he was interrupted by the ringing of the phone on the desk. He frowned. It's supposed to be paradise, he said, picking up the receiver. You'd think that there wouldn't be phones. Yes question mark dot 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 millimeters hyphen HM dot 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 yes. She's just arrived dot 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 she single quote s balanced out dot 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 yes. Yes, I'm sure dot 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 lot question mark dot 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 but are you sure that dot 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 yes? Ma single quote and dot 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 yes dot I'll give her the briefing. Yes. I'll see to everything, Mitsuko. Thank you. Goodbye. Millard hung up the phone, scowled, regained his composure and looked at Yukayu. Problem? She asked. Of a sort. You see, Miss Kwanji, you've balanced out. Balanced out? All of your good deeds and all of your sins have cancelled each other out. According to this, he gestured at the book, aside from a few instances involving attempted break UPS of Saotome Ranma and Tendo Hakan's engagement. Yukayu flushed. And the repeated abuse of one Kuranate Sabasa. She turned red. The major sin in your life was the destruction of the Nirima district. He failed to see her wince. However, Miller continued. Your admittance of the fact that you needed psychiatric treatment, plus the other good deeds you've performed, plus other information that has come to our attention, has resulted in that sin being cancelled, but there are no good deeds left either. So, what happens now? Yukayu asked. She could guess. Oh. All this psyching up, all this preparation. They were going to try to get a confession out of her. They were going to try to make her break down and say how crazy she'd been to do all those things, by pointing out all her mistakes, all the things she felt worst about in her life, and then they'd lock her up for life. She wasn't going to let it happen. Keeping up the charade, Yukayu smiled at her captor. Miller closed the book and looked at her. How would you like to see what the end results of all those tests in the hospital were? Now, this was unexpected, to say the least. Careful, Quo. Hibai. Yukayu. You know how tricky the doctors can be. Don't take anything they say at face value. You were used, Miss Kwanji. Yukayu chose her words carefully. I was not aware of that. Do you remember those tests? Which tests? A statement, not a question. She'd play it safe and stick to the official sanatorium story. Miller leafed through the book in front of him. Oh, I'm sure you remember them. Skin samples, flesh, hair, nails, blood and... His eyes widened, and he cleared his throat. And other things. Oh, those tests. Yes, those tests, he said, imitating her inflection. They were designed to obtain genetic samples from you in order to create the ultimate soldier. What? Soldier? But Miller sighed, and cut her off. The details aren't too important right now. You'll be briefed in full later, assuming you accept. I'm getting ahead of myself. My apologies. For now, all you need to know, Miss Kwanji, is that someone down there, he pointed at the floor, thinks your DNA is grade a primordial soup stock. Why me? This was getting stranger by the second. It seems your genes cancel out the bad parts in those of someone else who they're very interested in duplicating and improving. The rest is quite simple. They take a little bit of you, a little bit of him, and mix them together to create a completely new person. Unfortunately, my superiors don't like life creation rights being taken away from them. But that is not the issue I've been assigned to deal with. The issue here is this: do you want a chance to perform one last good deed? Silence. The two stared at each other. Or rather, Yukaitu stared at the man, who seemed to be reading her. "You don't believe me?" said Miller at length. "No. It didn't take a mind reader to figure that out. And if I could prove it to you, this should be entertaining. Go ahead and try." Miller nodded, picked up the phone once again, and dialed. "Hello? Sharon? Yeah. I need a little favor. Could you send up 3AL okay? Yes. I know it's a bit out of order, but no. Listen. The three really want this done, and only for 30 seconds. Half a minute is all. Why? Well, I've got an assignment here that won't believe she's dead. No. Don't laugh. Come on. All right. But please, I'm not asking you to send her to Earth. It's just to okay. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks. I owe you one. See you at the card game on Thursday. Great. Click. I had to pull some strings, but I think this'll do the trick. If everything turns out as planned, one of your friends should knock at the door. Or rather, it would be a knock at the door, if there were any doors in the room. Secret passage. As it was just a knock. That should be her right now, said Miller. Come in. Yukaitu's eyes widened. They seemed to be doing that a lot lately, as a figure coalesced in the space before her. A pale yellow glow gave way to a woman's form, which gradually gained in definition. First a dress filled with silk, lace and pearls, then hair, skin, eyes, and at last, Kwanji Yukaiu, Ono Kasumi. Ono Kasumi, Kwanji Yukaiu. Kei Kasumi? You were, I thought. The figure in front of her smiled and nodded, looking down at her own feet. Yukaiu followed her gaze. Her shoes did not touch the ground. I am, said Kasumi in her usual sweet voice. As are you. Against her will, tears came to Kwanji's eyes. Kasumi, I missed you so. I think about you often. When I'm alone, locked up, I'll remember the wedding, and that day you visited me after. After the spirit shushed her, placing a finger against Yukaitu's lips. I don't have much time, she said, and took Yukaitu's hands in her own. I must go back, but promise me, yes? Help them, Yukaiu. Kwanji's hands were still outstretched before her when the figure disappeared. Miller cleared his throat. So, he asked, about that offer of mine. Would you like a second chance? Yukaiu sat and thought. One last good deed? A chance to make everything right? If she pulled it off, maybe they'd send her to where Kasumi was. And if she had to go back to Earth, no use denying it now, Sugar. You're dead as a doornail. Maybe could see everyone again like no. Don't think about the son of a bitch. This was for her. It was about time she started thinking about herself. All her life, she'd done things for other people. Her father, Ranma, that other person. She'd squandered her life doing what she thought others wanted her to do. Hell, even her attempts to break up Ranma and Akan were because she'd always believed that Ranma wanted her to fight for him. Well, those days were over. Permanently. Her life was wasted. She'd make sure her death wasn't. She looked Miller right in the eye. Yes. In the RIMA graveyard, January 17, 2094. 3:14 a.m. Scaride rested against the withered oak, catching her breath. It was almost over. After 2 weeks of tracking, the spirit would finally be put to rest. He'd been a tough one. Unlike other spirits, he actually had a will to live, not live. But soon even this would be taken from him. She looked at the bushels in her grip. She would take it from him. Oh, yes. She could already feel the ectoplasm giving way beneath her thrusts. She could almost see his life essence leaking out from glowing wounds. She would enjoy this. The creature was repugnant more than the other bardo who dared try to stay among the living. This one had no unfinished business of his own, not trusting heaven to saddle him with misfortune. He'd taken his recreation upon himself. He had, like herself, studied the magic arts, but, unlike herself, perverted them, twisting them into a mockery of their true beauty, using the powers he gained not to purify, not to increase, but to burden himself, to laden his soul with the sins and sorrow of others. It was true, thought the Bosankuji, that she probably out him something. His moral siphon, or whatever he chose to call it, enabled many to go straight to the heavens who would otherwise have been her prey. It took the distillation of the darkness within others and focused it into himself. A simple enough plan. He probably thought he could cheat death that way when he was sure his moral balance was far less than questionable. He killed himself. A brilliant plan, in most respects, since the blackness within him was not his, but borrowed. No one could propitiate his ghost, no ritual could ever put him to rest. But she did not need ritual. Scaride smirked. He'd taken all things into account, but one for the dead. Thanatos bore another name, and it was printed on her student card. She'd learned of his existence quite by accident, a man who none but her saw at the shopping mall, who tended to glow blue every now and then. He'd escaped her, at time, but when she'd returned home, she'd been intrigued, and done her research. His portrait in the National Gallery was quite revealing. As soon as she'd discovered who he was, it had taken all of a millisecond to decide to pursue this hunt to its conclusion, whatever the cost. This travesty, this deliberate perversion of her art was not to be tolerated. She had vowed to distill the dead from the living, and here was one who actually dared to break that order, to a noise. Scaride stood back up, straightened her school jacket, and began to scan the area. The spirit had encouraged her by leading her into her favorite hunting ground, the cemetery. But there was always danger in overconfidence. She thought she'd give him a gaming head start, since she knew every inch of the terrain. But, Chikaso. Tags I lost him. Snow began to fall. Scaride zipped up her jacket and continued her search. In vain. All she could see were obelisks and tomb markers in rows, spreading around in all directions, a veritable jungle of stone. No spirits. They must have seen her coming, and retreated to their graves. Wise move. But this one had no grave. Not here, at least, and her rewards meant he couldn't leave by the gate, so that meant Scaride focused, closing her eyes and concentrating. She ran a mental key scan of the area. Sure enough, the ghosts were all in their respective homes, but something was out of place, just behind me. The girl whirled around and came face to face with her prey. "Hello, Takei," she grinned. "Want to come out and play?" The spirit's face went pale. "Well, Taylor, anyhow," and his jaw moved up and down uselessly in an instinctive gesture of surprise. Had he actually expected his trick to work? He was fortunate it had guarded him for as long as it had. TSK. Hiding behind her back. The only reasons she hadn't detected him were that she was cold, and that his ki was so weak from his exertions that even the average excited liver had more. The last would prove his undoing. The Gosankuji fingered her dagger, and the ghost turned and began to run, his speed allowing him to melt through the shrines and tombstones. Scaride followed, leaping over chunks of granite as she ran. She saw the spirit duck into a crypt and pursued, slowly creeping up to the door. The girl pushed the stone door of the monument tentatively with one hand. To her surprise, it moved. A further push, and it swung fully open, revealing her target cowering in the back, the moonlight painting his hands white as he tried fruitlessly to claw his way through the wall. Apparently, he hadn't known about the wards built into walls of crypts. They were meant to contain the dead, so ghosts could enter, but not leave. So much the worse for him. Only one question remained. Would it be the dagger, or the bubble? The dagger was fun, yes, but a second death by it was far too quick. With the Tamasi Iwanawa, the soul was painfully squeezed, compressed in a time-consuming fashion so that it could watch itself disappear into nothingness. "Please," the shade begged, "I must stay, I must. I've done so much for this. I've spent my life and you spent more than your life. I'm here to collect the debt." She reached for the per bushels. A little slice here, a hack or two there. Scaride needed a little cheering up. "You're a magician, too. Surely you understand. I can share spells, potions." The girl withdrew her hand from her blade sheath. The dagger was too good for him. "You do not belong here." Scaride began to concentrate, generating a violet glow around her hands. Tamasiiwana. She was cut off by a crash of thunder, followed by the sound of an explosion. Scaride's concentration was broken, and as she instinctively turned to investigate, the spirit in the crypt charged across the floor, threw her hand out into the night. A bolt of lightning had hit a nearby tombstone, shattering it, but it was not of nature's kind. Before Skiride could react or chase after Takei, a key shock wave spread from the site. The force knocked the girl down and she hit her head against the small steps that led to the door of the crypt. The world went black. When she came to, the spirit was long gone. By now, the weak cords she'd placed would have worn off, and he'd be free to roam, free to vaunt his ill-earned second life, free to humiliate her before the dead, telling them how he'd escaped the famed assassin, Chituso, who or whatever was responsible for this wood-putty. It had been no ordinary electrical discharge. Skiride stood up and walked over to the destroyed tombstone. It had buckled under the impact of the force, crumbling into small bits of stone. Singed vegetation peeked out from amidst the rubble. Obviously, the monument had not been cared for. Maybe one of the pieces has a name on it. Skiride reached for a fragment of the stone, but jumped back when the debris began to glow pink shadow. The owner must be coming to claim his prize. Skiride ducked behind another tombstone and watched curiously as the pink glow became a haze which flowed upwards. From within it, silhouette began to form. No features, at first, but then, so it's a she. In a few moments the details emerged. A woman, as she'd surmised, probably in her early 40s, in some sort of drab institutional clothing. A janitor, perhaps. Her hair was a rich mahogany, accentuated by a streak of gray that ran from her left temple down to her waist. Her eyes were a dark brown, bordering on black, and she was going to die. Again. Very soon. The new arrival spoke one word. Home. Home. Yukio looked out at the enhanced skyline of Tokyo. Here and there a new building was visible, a geodesic dome, or a mirrored skyscraper, but all in all, the sight was a familiar one. Oh, yes, it was home all right. But not the home she left behind. This was a version of her home twisted and perverted by Onotofu for his own selfish ends. He had wanted to go against the rule of nature, and keep those who were rightfully dead among the living. For that, he had sacrificed her life and turned that of many others into a veritable hell. And now, all of Japan was threatened. All of Japan was in peril, simply because of his inability to accept that which was written. Tofu was gone, but his descendants carried on his legacy. In lieu of their progenitor, they would pay. They wanted to keep the dead among the living. So be it. They'd killed her themselves. They wanted to build weapons from the dead, to turn them into instruments of vengeance. She was halfway there already. Oh, yes, they would pay for the indignities they'd visited upon her and her son. The son they had created from her flesh and blood. The son they had programmed to kill. She had not given birth to him, but she would give her death to his salvation. Yukio frowned in determination. She had lost her chance at helping Kyoku. She would not make the same mistake with Sable. She began walking towards the gates of the cemetery, each step bringing a new, instinctive change to her appearance. She lost 25 years of age. The streak in her hair darkened to match the rest on her head. Her institutional uniform became a pair of black tights and shoes with a black tunic with white trim. A replica of her bandolier appeared across her chest. She felt a sudden tightness in her hair. She stopped and reached up to find her hair ribbon, done up in its usual bow. She frowned, undid the knot and pulled the ribbon out. She ripped the ribbon in half along the center and wrapped each half around her hands. This was no martial arts challenge. This was war. Scaride stared at the metamorphosis the spirit had just undergone. It had mesmerized her, causing her to forget her purpose for a moment. This newcomer radiated power, and feeling the energy had entranced her no longer. She had caused Scaride to lose her prey. She would not leave the graveyard. Yukayu continued walking towards the gates of the cemetery. "Where do you think you're going?" came a voice. Yukayu looked around, and soon found a girl of about 16 in front of her. The girl was dressed in a red and black bodysuit and a high school jacket. There were dark lines under her violet eyes and a streak of white in her hair. At her side was an ornately carved dagger with a very sharp-looking blade. Something about the girl was familiar, but Yukayu couldn't quite pinpoint it. If it weren't for the fact that she could see her, she would have guessed the girl was alive. "That's none of your business," Yukayu responded quickly. "Get out of my way. I don't have time for this." "I'm afraid it is my business," the girl replied, just as coldly. She pointed a finger at Yukayu. "You don't belong here." Yukayu's frown deepened. "Who are you?" "My name is Kosankuji Scaride." The emphasis on the verb's tense was unequivocal. She was alive, and a descendant of Hikaryus, and you are a ghost that needs to be put to rest. Yukayu laughed. "No rest for the weary, dear. Try again next century. Now, if you don't mind, I have something I have to do, and I really must be going." "That's too bad," said Scaride. "I was so hoping you'd stay." A nasty-looking purple glow began to form around the girl's hands. The only other times she'd seen that kind of effect was when Ranma or Ryugu were about to perform one of their ultimate attacks. In either case, it meant trouble. Yukayu's danger sense told her to get out of there, and she listened. She spun on her heel and began hightailing it in the opposite direction. Scaride looked up and saw her new target fleeing. The predatory smile returned. This night might yet prove entertaining. Yukayu risked a glance backwards. The Gosankuji was still behind her. "I've got to ditch this psycho." She allowed herself a grim smile at her choice of words, and touched her fingers instinctively to where the name tag had been on her wardroom garb. She dashed around the corner of the shrine, knelt down and listened carefully to Scaride's footfalls on the snow. After a moment, they stopped. The ex-chef risked a look outside her hiding place. The girl's footprints came up to about 5 feet before the shrine, and then just stopped. Yukayu's frown returned. The last set of footprints were side by side and seemed to skid somewhat. There were no other prints to be seen, which meant Yukayu rolled out of the way just as Skaride's per bushels came down and buried itself, blade first, in the ground. Yukayu glared for a moment at the Gosankuji, who was crouching on top of the monument, then took off again. "Run all you like," Skiride called. "I'll catch you eventually." "She doesn't have to sound so bloody cheerful about it," thought Yukayu. "But she's right. Miller didn't tell me what I could do to protect myself. Maybe he didn't know about her." Miller's answer to her question about just preventing Sable from being created came back to her. "We can't do that, because we'd have to eliminate the person we're trying to protect from him. Free will's a bitch sometimes." "No kidding, pal. If only she had her combat spatula, then she'd at least have a ghost of a chance." Her right hand went over her shoulder instinctively, all the while knowing that nothing would be there. Which is why she was surprised when a familiar weight slapped into her palm. She pulled and was greeted by the sight of a key-based replica of her old weapon. She acquired a predatory grin of her own. The tables had turned. Skiride stopped to get her bearings. The spirit had led her to the part of the cemetery with the millennial crypts. These were where the ancestors of all the really old families in Tokyo were buried. Skiride looked around for the telltale aura of her prey. "Hey, Gosankuji!" Skiride spun, looking for the source of the voice. "If you want me, you'll have to come get me." Skiride looked ahead of her and saw an open crypt emitting a glow from within it. A pink glow. She secured the per bushels on her belt and entered the crypt. Yukayu waited a moment, allowing Skiride to stumble in the dark for a few moments before emerging from her hiding place. The Gosankuji jumped back and threw a hand across her eyes as the pink light poured in. "Surprise!" Yukayu said. There were 3 flashes of light. Skiride, still trying to blink the spots out of her eyes, cut for the floor, banging her chin as she did so. Yukayu vanished around the corner. The assassin sat up, angry at herself for being taken so easily. She turned to look at the 3 throwing spatulas that were embedded in the wall behind here, glowing with ki. Skiride vaguely remembered hearing something about a spatula in one of her history classes, but couldn't quite remember. "Snap out of it," she told herself. She got to her feet and followed the fading light. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that this ghost was out of the ordinary. Normally, key objects dissolved as soon as they left their owners. The culinary darts still glowed brightly when she left them. Yukayu dashed down the maze of passageways. She figured she must be underground. This particular family was huge and apparently did some great things, as there was only one urn in the alcoves along the walls. Entering the family member with his or her own wall a luxury and dreamed of in crowded, overpopulated Tokyo. Even the living had to scramble for a square foot or two, and to devote so much space to the dead. Her curiosity overcame her and she risked a look at the family name on the next urn she passed. Takahashi. She continued to run. She dashed past 8 more urns and more halls and rooms. She was pretty sure she had successfully doubled back to the entrance of the crypt, until she reached the dead end. Scaride turned the corner and found her prey staring at the wall behind her with disbelief. Scaride's smile returned. The end of the chase. She began to concentrate. Yukai whirled around, danger sense acting up again, to see Scaride at the other end of the passage. The purple glow was back. Well, screw it. Hibquanji Yukai wasn't going down without a fight. She raised the combat spatula and charged forward. TAMASHIIWAREAWA. Yukai was hit head-on with the force of the attack and was sent sailing through the wall at the opposite end of the passage. Scaride dashed back down to an intersection and went down the passage to her right. She followed it around a few corners and found herself in the room behind the passage they had just been in. Yukai was laying on the floor of the crypt, suffused in the purple field. But instead of shrinking, as Scaride had expected it to do, it appeared to just immobilize the ghost. Plan B? Then, thought the teenager. She pulled the bushels from her belt and knelt beside the prone ghost. Yukai looked at her with unbridled hatred. "Any last words?" asked Scaride, as she raised the dagger for the kill. "Go to hell," said Yukai. Scaride smirked. "It's too late for that. There's neither hell nor heaven for you now." Smiling, she slashed Yukai's throat. Yukai screamed as the blade bit into her remembered flesh, the pain coursing through the core of her being. It was worse than death. She remembered death. That was agonizing, but surmountable. This was immeasurably worse. It was the pain of being undone, of having her very soul annihilated, so no trace of her would remain. A red light began to pour from the path of the blade. It glowed and pulsed, the red spreading over her body, enveloping her in a suffocating cloud. Yukai's screams were lost as the crimson cloud began to fade. Soon, all that was left in the crypt were the urns and Scaride. The assassin rose to her feet, stuck the bushels back in her belt, dusted off her jacket and began to find her way out of the crypt. Go to hell, indeed, she thought. Bloody Christians. Damn it. Miller cursed. He slammed down the phone and stared at the gray sweet Asian woman across from him. Go Sunkuzi Scaride got her. She's in limbo. Should I make the reclamation arrangements? No, Miller said, glaring at the phone. Orders. Quanji Yukai stays there until we need her again. Orders? Whose orders? The three. Miller shook his head and fixed his colleague with a cold stare. Higher. You mean? Yes. Then aren't we? Using her like Onocorp used her? You betcha. So, what do we do? Miller looked at the book on his desk, picked it up and dropped it into the wastebasket next to his desk. Nothing. On her way out of the cemetery, Scaride paused at the ruined gravestone. Her curiosity had not left her, and so she knelt down and began to pick through the rubble. After some time, she found a dusty fragment with the name of the person buried there. The given name was charred and unreadable, but the first two characters of the family name revealed themselves with a little polishing. Skyride's eyes widened in shock. By the realization of what she had just done caused her stomach to go queasy. She closed her eyes and began to weep. Raraku, I'm so sorry. Somewhere, in complete darkness illuminated only by her own aura, Kwanji Yukai opened her eyes. There was nothing to see, no sounds to hear, no sense to smell. Nothing but her own glow. She held up her hands, and as they passed her throat, she saw them bathed in a red light. Yukai unwrapped the ribbons from her hands and held them together. Summoning her will, she fused the two halves together and transformed the ribbon into a delicate white scarf. She wrapped the cloth around her neck, blocking the red glow, then concentrated more until her Kiora faded, leaving her in total darkness. When that was done, she drew her knees up under her chin and clasped her arms around them. And time began seriously to pass. Begin Undead * Chapter 22 * A Winter's Tale, I wear the chains I forged in life, I made them, link by link. Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol, full fathom 5. My father lies, of his bones are coral made, those are the pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him that doth fade but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. William Shakespeare, The Tempest, Act I Scene to Tokyo, The Kunyu Foundation, December 14, 2095. Friday. Nabiki Tendo awoke, or so she thought. The world around her half-closed eyes was puzzling, a swirling eddy of blurred and unfamiliar images, in which she floated stationarily. She tried to turn, to gather more of where she was, but none of her limbs would recognize her mind's authority. Even her eyelids would not wander from their current state, but chose instead to stay ajar, and taunt her with the fragments of that she would have whole. Sire, the subject is awake. Already? Very well. Sedate her, and then prep her for interrogation. As usual, sire. Sounds. Voices. She couldn't be sure. What had happened? How had she come to? Where? Nabiki strained herself, and tried to think, and to remember. In this, at least, she did not fail. Recall Nabiki did, and wished that she had not. Deity, she thought. Not this. Before a tear could form, the chemicals took hold, and the subject once again lapsed into darkness. You've checked the brain? Aye, sire. Enough of the original so that we may say this is the Nabiki Tendo? Over 95%, sire, and none of the lost areas are in the mnemonic regions. Good. How are her muscles? She hasn't moved in a few decades, after all. They're rather weak. I doubt she can use them without help. Once we initialize the bionics, oh, she should be fully operational. Perfect. Drain the tank, dress her, and have her in my office by 2100. Leave the damper zone. I want her revived only at the beginning of our interview. As usual, sire. With rehearsed motions, 3 men in identical white uniforms moved to the tank where the reconstructed body of Nabuki Tendo was floating in an electrolytic soup. One pressed a button, and the harness wrapped itself around her. A flip of a switch, and the fluid oozed out through a grate. Then, the tank's clear plastic walls came down, and the functionaries took the woman to the room where she'd be clothed. Tokyo, Kunyu Hall, December 15, 2095, Saturday, 5:32 p.m. Childra Jansen checked herself over once more in the washroom mirror. Her deep blonde hair had been put back in a bun, her eyelids were done in a faint purple, and the only lipstick she dared put on was a dull red. Apart from that, only a little blush. Overall, the effect was rather proper. She hoped she'd done it right. This wasn't how she usually went out. She looked at the clothes. They should be somber enough. A prudish black dress covered her from neck to heels, and an equally dark cloak was over her shoulders to protect her from the cold. It would do. She always felt awkward doing this. Never mind that all her friends expected her at these events. Children always felt out of place, like a self-invited guest at a private party. Oh, well. No more time for whining. Someone was waiting for her, and it wouldn't be polite to delay her departure any longer. Smacking her lips together one last time to make sure the gloss held, she closed her cosmetics bag and opened the door into the hallway. King Thompson was there, reclining against a wall and poring over what looked like some dreadfully difficult mathematical work. Kim looked up from her studies as she noticed her neighbor's emergence. "Going somewhere?" she asked. Childra just smiled at her. Thompson smacked herself on the forehead. "Silly me. Saturday night. Of course you're going out. Who is it this time?" "You don't know her." Kim blinked. "Her? Childra? I never knew." Jansen sighed. "I can do something other than a rendezvous with my knights, you know." "Sorry." Childra grinned. "But tomorrow night, it'll be that guy from archaeology." "I knew it. Anyway, have fun." "I will." With that, she stepped into her room to pick up her purse and drop off her makeup, then left for the main entrance to Kunyu Hall. Tokyo, the Kunyu Foundation, December 14, 2095, Friday at 20 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Nabuki was seated in a chair opposite the desk of the director of the Kunyu Foundation. A second later, she came back to consciousness. "Nabuki Tendo?" The voice was gruff, but cultured. "Where am I?" "First, you will answer me. Your name?" Tendo Nabuki." "You just said it." "Why?" "Good. Now, to answer your question, I am the director of the Kunyu Foundation, of whom you are a guest, at present." "Kunyu Foundation? But..." The director waved a hand to silence her. "That's all you need to know, for now. But I still need to know a few more things. You've gone through some rather interesting experiences. I need to ascertain that all is well. Let's start with your memories. What do you last remember?" Nabuki began to cry. The memories were painful, and the last ones, She had finished all of this, had she not? Then why? She started, and looked wide-eyed at the director. I killed myself. That's the last thing I remember. The man smiled. Not quite. You can't get away that easily, you know. I don't. Oh, but you do. We know all about your crime, Miss Tendo. And you do realize that if you are guilty, something of that magnitude demands the death penalty. Ain't you? But then, why wasn't she? It made no sense. Hi. But I thought I had destroyed myself. Why am I still alive? We couldn't let you get away that easily. The guilty must be punished. Granted, your little bomb made it a nightmare for our squad to put you back together, but we managed it. Another smile. Eventually. You mean, I did die? Clinically, yes. But we got to your brain before it had a chance to even begin to decompose. Well, we got to 95% of it, in any case. 95? I'm not understanding much of this. The other 5% has been replaced by microcomputers. Nabiki blinked. This was surreal. The director sighed. I suppose I'll have to spell it out for you. It's too bad, in a way. With your reputation for intelligence, I felt sure you would figure it out. Before Nabiki could protest, he continued. I am sure I had no reason to go over your crime. You know it well enough, and the consistency trial will be sure to extract all the gruesome details. I've been following your case for decades. Nabiki raised an eyebrow. Yes, decades. It's 2095. December 2095. The other eyebrow. Don't look so surprised. You think we could have brought you back with your own time's technology? Why bring me back? If I'm guilty, and the crime has the death penalty, why couldn't you just let me be? My dear Miss Tendo, smiled the director, we are not barbarians, who simply dole out merits and demerits according impersonal behavioral codes set down in a book. Our laws are now much more humane. Even in your time, I am sure, you would have heard of the consistency movement. Nabiki's face, already grim, sank even lower. Not that. Anything but that. Written rules she could deal with. She'd always gotten ahead in life by twisting, bending and reinterpreting the legal codes to suit her purposes. That was easy. They were generalizations, meant to cover many misdoings by many people, making it easy for a single person to weasel her way out of a single crime. But these were different. That is how we deal with criminals in 2095. You are only guilty of a crime if your actions violate your own behavioral ethic. Individual rules, tailored for and by the accused. There was nowhere to hide, no way to modify or capitalize on ambiguity when the rules were the ones that you had written in your heart. And right now, those rules screamed out her guilt. I am guilty. I am. Miss Tendo said softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. To establish that is beyond my jurisdiction. The consistency trial will deal with it. Even if you are guilty, We do not accept punishments. We apply use what you believe to be an appropriate reprisal. Now, far more than in Dickens's time, you wear the chains you forged in life. But I told you. I killed myself. She had inflicted her own punishment upon herself. A knife for an eye, that's what she'd always thought, and when the time came, that had been what she'd applied. I'll even tell you how I did it. I know. We know all about the bomb, Miss Tendo. One cannot work on you for so many years and not know what it was that caused the trouble in the first place. Isn't it obvious? I knew what I'd done, and I knew that the only appropriate penalty was death. Why didn't you just let me be? It seems you would prefer to be stone cold right now, instead of facing me. A smile, and twinkle of his eyes. Oh, deity, yes. That much she couldn't deny. Anything was better than to have to face this again. Cripes. Even in her thoughts, she couldn't bring herself to think directly of it. Yes, death was certainly better than a living hell. Then, clearly, it is not half the punishment you are trying to convince me that it is. If you are guilty, Miss Tendo, you deserve to suffer, and suffer a lot. I will be frank, and tell you that I find you utterly despicable. Were you another person, with a different history, I would have long ago stopped the project short and left you dead. But, as the saying goes, death is too good for you. You will pay for what you did, Nabiki Tendo. And, what is more, you will be put through pain that only you yourself can contrive the likes of. Once that is done, I'll think well spent the years and funds that went into your reconstruction. The guilty will be punished. Halfway through the speech, Nabiki had lost whatever control she had, and it had become a sobbing, pulsing mass. Why do you hate me? She asked through salty lips. I know what I've done, and I hate myself for it. But why do this? Why take me from the grave, when I don't even know you? The director looked at his watch. Only 4 minutes before the trial. Very well, I will humor you. A pause. I am not only the director of the Kunyu Foundation. Nabiki arched an eyebrow. I am also Ono Tanaro, president of Ono Corp. Ono. You are. Wide eyes from her, a nod from him. For having destroyed the life of Tendo Kasumi, you will pay. Tokyo, Nirima Graveyard, December 15, 2095, Saturday, 6:11 p.m. Akan sat on a bench and looked at the setting sun. Children should be here soon. She was looking forward to that. She still didn't know why she had asked her to come. It wasn't like anything was going to happen. Still, it made her feel better to have company tonight. It made her feel better to have company any night, but particularly on this one. It was so frustrating to be able to wander around at leisure, see what happened to everything and everyone, but not be able to interact with it. She could rant, or laugh, or cry, or scream, and it would have less of an effect on those surrounding her than the falling of a leaf. Of course, there were the other spirits, but they were all so melancholy. So was she. When she thought about it, it's a wonder children spent any time with her at all. The way she whined, and even more of one that she usually came for at least an hour a day. Not only that, but she'd given her something of a home. She was always welcome to visit Jansen in her room. Well, except, perhaps, on certain Saturday nights. And even encouraged to follow her around to all her lectures. She used to go to a lot more of those. They were nice. It was pleasant to hear all those stories from history. Unfortunately, she'd had to give up on quite a few of them when Gosankuji Scaride showed up. Imagine having a descendant of Icarus actually being able to do magic that worked. That idea was enough to send chills down the spine of anyone who knew the original 5-inch. But the worst part was that she was dead set on putting ghosts to rest. Her current state might not be much, but it was certainly better than the nothingness she felt that heaven had in store for her, should she be exorcised. Exorcised. She'd never thought that she'd be frightened of the word. Things change. A lot. The sun had fallen to a mere sliver above the horizon, and the red and orange hues of sunset were giving way to twilight's blue and purple haze, the darkness driving Akan back into reality from her meditations. She looked in front of her. Two collective tombs, the Tenbos and Sotomes, side by side. Somewhere under the memorial on the right, her own ashes were buried in a ceramic urn, while the one on the left, "Oh, Ranma," she cried as fully as a ghost can cry, with luminous tears of pure vital essence replacing the salt water of the living, "started without me." A voice from behind her. A familiar one. "Children? Who else, lass? Unless Nudkins showed up, I doubt anyone else would be addressing you." They smiled. "Hi," said Akan. "Thank you for coming." "I wouldn't miss it," said Children softly. She pulled a white tube from under her cloak. "What's that?" asked Akan. "A memorial for you, on your death day." Children. Jansen took the top off the cardboard cylinder, and pulled out a single, perfect black rose. "It's a Hampton clone." "I thought that." Akan shuddered. "What is it, girl? Is something wrong?" The ghost smiled weakly. "No. It's just, I've had bad experiences with black roses. I'm sorry. I had no idea." "It's alright. I'm glad you thought of it." "Really? Well, if you're sure it's alright, shall we?" Children offered her arm. "Just a minute," grinned Akan. "I've got to change into something more appropriate." She closed her eyes and shimmered slightly, then her blue and yellow pastel dress turned into black mourning clothes, complete with veil. "Now." She took Childra's arm very slowly, to make sure she didn't go through it, and the two walked carefully together to the Tendo monument. They knelt in front of the obelisk, and Jansen placed the rose in front of Akan's name. The sun finished setting, and the sky grew black. Tokyo, the Kunyu Foundation, December 14, 2095. Friday. Nebiki examined Director Ono. He had Dr. Tofu's eyes, now that she thought of it, and Kasumi's general features. She probably hadn't noticed it before because she had been too busy trying to make sense of his grandiloquent speeches. Being the director of the Kunyu Foundation seems to have taken its toll. They continued to look at each other, motionless and silent. The lack of conversation was not due to want of content, but rather to its excess. How could she possibly explain to this man why she had acted as she did? How could she summarize and cram into some scant 4 minutes thoughts, debates, and judgments that had been swimming in her mind for what were relatively eons? How could she justify herself to him when she had not yet done that for herself? There were far too many questions for one answer to be made. A buzzer rang, and then a voice came from a hidden speaker. "Sire, the trial room is ready." "Excellent. We will be there shortly." He turned to Nabuki. "Get up, Miss Tendo, and follow me." Nabuki tried to stand, but couldn't. "My legs. Oh, dear. I'd quite forgotten. TSK. Such an oversight." He pressed a button on the desk. "Activate the bionics for Miss Tendo." "Aye, sire," came the reply. "Bionics? Come, now, you don't think we reconstructed you with organics, do you? We might have made a lot of progress in the last 70 years, but we still can't regenerate nerve tissue, and cloned eyes are ever so unreliable." "How much?" "The monetary figures would mean nothing to you, but let's just say you couldn't have afforded it even in your prime." Nabuki scowled. Would her reputation follow her even here? "I meant, how extensive are the replacements?" "I wouldn't worry about it. If all goes as planned, you won't be using them for long." "I hope not," she said to herself. To live in a world where Kasumi is. She put away the thought. She had already shown far too much weakness. The only thing left to do was confess, get this over with as quickly as possible, and go back to her eternal rest. If she was going to die a second time, it was going to be with dignity, not tears. "But, to answer your question," the director smiled. "As I've already mentioned, 5% of your brain has been replaced by microcomputers. Not to worry. It's mostly the primordial areas having to do with simple motions, habitual actions, and the like. Those we replace quite routinely now, actually, thanks to the research we've done on you. You've been quite a boon to medical science, Miss Tendo." Nabuki arched an eyebrow. "Yes. I wouldn't expect a ruthless entrepreneur like yourself to think we'd let all that R&D go to waste. Corp is now one of the 3 largest prosthetics companies in the world." Nabuki snorted. "It had better be, with the amount of cash it must have taken to gather me up and stitch me together. Who did it, anyway? The consistency movement wasn't that big 70 years ago." Tanaro smiled. "Your ethics made my grandfather quite angry, Miss Tendo. Dr. Onotofa paid for all the expenses himself, after his wife's death. It sent him into debt and penury, but assured my mother and myself the places in high society which we now enjoy. Of course, he couldn't do it all on his own. When Kunio-sensei first became politically prominent, my honorable ancestor was quite influential in establishing the Kunio Foundation, as well as laying the basis for what would become Onocorp. Ironic, that all this should come about from hatred of yourself. Another one of those disconcerting grins. Like a fox playing with a chicken, thought Nebiki. But Dr. Tofu? He just didn't seem like the type. The Dr. Tofu I knew was sweet. Rather crazy at times, but certainly not the kind of person to help found a thing like this. I just find it hard to believe that. Tanaro's face hardened. Ono Kasumi's death was an incredible blow to him, and changed him utterly. He said, "You knew him, and presumably were aware of his infatuation." He raised a questioning eyebrow. Nebiki nodded in assent. After the death he became a changed man. I remember him only as bitter, cold, silent, and determined. Determined to make you pay for your crime. He loved Kasumi. She was the most important thing in his life. Together with my mother, they were his life. And you took that away from him. Nebiki turned away. So you understand. The only mention I have of Ojiism being warm is from old-timers, like yourself. Anyone who met him after the incident would never use that word in the same sentence as his name. The director chuckled. Other children's grandparents taught them how to fish. Mine taught me how to date. Both he and my mother would drill me, day after day, in the need to have you punished, to make you feel their pain, and that of Kasumi-sama. A ring from the intercom. Yes, sire, bionics will be operational in 2 minutes. I apologize for the delay. Quite alright, quite alright. I've waited all my life. A few more minutes won't hurt. Carry on. Sire. Now, where were we? Fate, said Nebiki. She still couldn't believe it. The doctor cold and bitter, and all due to her. For the first time in her life, she was experiencing true regret, and she wasn't enjoying it. That will be more than aptly covered at your trial, I am sure, said the director. I would love to go on. I'll bet he would, thought Nebiki. But we don't have much time. Tanaro finished. I suggest we focus on the technical aspects of the situations. Do you have any questions about the implants? The brain, said Nebiki. She had to know exactly how much they'd tampered with her. What have you changed in my brain? Oh, yes. That. There's no reason to complain about it. You wouldn't believe how many people come to us to have that kind of surgery. Pilots, surgeons, anyone who needs to do things accurately and precisely. In fact, the new habitual motion areas allow for the creation of what we like to call physical macros, and the others let one do wonderful things with speed reading, and, oh, but I haven't the time to go into that. Maybe I'll have one of our sales reps explain it to you before your execution. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? That only applies if you are innocent. Northeast, Mademoiselle Tendo. Touché. A weak smile. Anything else I should know about? Not much. Your eyes, nervous system, most bones, right arm, left leg, and heart have all been replaced. Your innards have been cloned from your genetic material, and engineered to be in sync with your prosthetics. Oh, yes. Your biochem synthetic. Apart from that, nothing I can think of. I see. A red light blinked to life next to the desk. They're ready for us. Get up, Miss Kendo. She did, and was mildly surprised not to hear the sounds of whizzing gears and expanding pistons. Tanaro Ono also stood, and motioned to the door. They left. The corridors looked like a hospital's. White. And aseptic. Cold. Naruki had a fundamental distrust of things that seemed this clean and pure, but she had to admit it was an appropriate setting for her final judgment. How far? She asked. Just a few more doors. When they finally arrived, the dreaded portal ended up being just another innocuous-looking standard-make door. The only thing that distinguished it from any other was its number, 416. The director pulled a key card out of his breast pocket and slipped it into the appropriate spot. The door slid open with a soft hiss. The interior of the room was nothing like what Naruki had expected. There were no jurors' benches, no audience chairs, no television cameras, advocates' boxes. In fact, all there was a desk, a computer terminal, 2 old wooden chairs and 1 plastic and metal chair-like contraption. As for people, only one young man in a white lab coat stood in a corner, holding a medical bag. Is this it? I'm afraid so, Miss Kendo. I don't understand. Where are the lawyers? Jurors? Judge? The director's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Have you been paying attention? We are a consistency court. You are your own advocate, prosecutor and judge. I am merely here as court stenographer. Yes, that is quite the proper analogy. Sire, the man in the lab coat spoke up. Is she ready to be prepped? Go ahead. The underling nodded. What? Prepped? I don't. You may explain, Jonathan. I'm sure you'll do a better job than I could. Thank you, sire. A bow. Then, to Naruki. It used to be that consistency trials took a long time. A specialty team would spend months, or years doing research into every aspect of the accused's life to come up with an accurate picture of his or her moral code, and would then determine in an old-fashioned trial whether the plaintiff was guilty according to said code. Even Kunio-chan's speeches were better than this freak's, thought Naruki to herself. I suppose it is part of my punishment. Thanks to the technology developed for your reconstruction, we can now do away with the consistency squads. We merely put the appropriate machinery into the accused's head, and link them directly to a computer. As the subjects speak, their thoughts are displayed in visual format on the monitor, as seen by the mind's eyes. You've rehearsed this, haven't you? Naruki asked. Many times, Miss Kendo. He answered. You frighten me. She took a deep breath. The sooner they started. Plug me in, then. I want this finished. The attendant motioned to the metallic chair, and Naruki sat on it. Straps were tightened over her wrists and ankles, and then a syringe. What's that for? She grimaced. Don't tell me they give the lethal injection before the verdict's out. Now. Lethal injection? The director looked at her. We wouldn't be that lenient. That would cause at most a moment's pain, after all. No, Miss Tendo, this is just some Valium and Demerol. To loosen the tongue. I'll talk anyway. No need to prick me. The attendant paused. We want to make sure. Proceed, Jonathan. Jonathan nodded and began to inject the serum into Nabiki's left arm. The needle bent. That's her prosthetic, Jonathan. I'm sorry. I should have warned you. It's quite all right, sire. I have replacements. He tossed the used syringe into a nearby waste bin, and took a new one from his bag. This time, the solution went into Nabiki's left arm without incident. It was only a short time before she began to feel disoriented and lightheaded. The drugs are quite strong, so I doubt you'll be able to keep track of the outside world. Don't worry about it. Just concentrate on my questions, and your memories. Nabiki nodded. Her vision was beginning to blur. Jonathan? Yes, sire. She seems to be going under. Connect her. Yes, sire. He reached for the back of Nabiki's head and pulled loose a hair-covered panel. To the now exposed circuitry, he hooked up one end of the cable, and connected the other end to the computer. Done, sire. Good. Nabiki frowned. The voices were sounding strange. More or less like when she woke up from a Saturday afternoon nap, in the early evening, and heard her sisters speaking around her. Her sisters. Sire? The subject is crying. She must be thinking about the crime in question. On screen. Jonathan flipped a switch. The monitor flickered for a few seconds, then showed shifting pictures of Akan, Nabiki and Kasumi. All three of them at the beach, three young girls with their mother. The screen zoomed into Mrs. Tenbo's face, which morphed into that of Kasumi. Interesting. This puts quite a new slant on the case. Then, a sudden shift to a graveyard scene. The Tendo family was standing in the rain around a freshly dug grave. The perspective moved to the front of the memorial stone, where the name of Nabiki's mother was clearly visible. Another pan out from the tombstone, to a changed scene. It was still a burial, but this time, it was the youngest Tendo, Akan, who was being laid to rest. Nabiki was beside the coffin, crying. She lifted the lid, and inside was Kasumi Tenbo's body. Nabiki screamed. She screamed, as on the screen her elder sister's corpse reached out to hug her, always forgiving her. Even for this, the screams grew louder. Sire? What shall I do? Direct mic, please. As usual, sire. Jonathan handed Director Ono a microphone which was also connected to the computer. Is it on? Hi. Jonathan blushed. I mean, yes, Director Ono. Tanaro smiled. No need to be so formal when it's only the two of us. He winced as another scream erupted from the chair. Clutching the mic, he spoke. Nabiki? Can you hear me? Kendo Nabiki? Silence. Then, a nod from Miss Kendo. Good. I will guide you, Nabiki. I will ask you questions, and you will answer me. Do you understand? Nod. Very well. The director opened a manila folder on a nearby monitor top, and leafed through its contents until he found the information he was looking for. First, I will ask you to remember something. Think back to just after the death of your younger sister's fiancé. The death of Ranma. The director's voice transported Nabiki, sending her back through the years, back to the dismal winter following Ranma's death. That is what had started it all. Her mother's passing had been dramatic, but at least she had been left with family. Kasumi, Daddy, and Akan. But after that PK got himself killed. What business was it anyway, to go to China on some macho training trip? If it wasn't for that cursed Chia would never come back looking for his mate, and then Nabiki still couldn't believe her sister had loved that pile of muscle. Sure, they joked about it often enough, but no one actually believed it. Except perhaps for Daddy. And then, she up and threw herself off that bridge when Ranma died. Always picking a fight. That's what had gotten him into trouble. Then, as if it wasn't enough to get himself killed, he had to drag others down into the abyss with him. Typical male reaction. Selfish. Unthinking. Nabiki laughed to herself. Male reaction? Even as a woman, he caused trouble. Jonathan stared at the pictures forming on the screen. Sire? That boy. He's turning into a girl. Isn't he? The director nodded. Jews and Kyokers. We had references for it. The legends are true. Only within these walls, if you want to stay alive. Hi. She'd finally found someone she had a chance with, a man who actually cared for her, fond on her. Sure, he was a bit dense, but that was a minor fault when put against his other charms. But, of course Kunu baby had to fall in love with the pig-tailed goddess. Some goddess. More like a demon in disguise. When he heard of his beloved's disappearance, and of Akan's death, his other little quirk kicked into place. When he wasn't drooling over some girl or another, he tended to slobber over himself. Naturally, he assumed the two had killed themselves independently of each other, so he wouldn't have to choose between them. And of course his samurai code just had to point out to him that the honorable thing to do was to become a monk, and live in quiet reflection of the nobility of those two. Damn those vows of chastity. She'd been so close, until that Baka got himself slaughtered. Sire, who is this? I thought she was just some criminal, but she was Tatewaki Kunu's girlfriend. I don't see how we can still go on, if that's the case. Director Ono frowned. Why not? Permission to speak freely, sire. Tanaro nodded. Granted. Kunu-sensei is a hero. He brought peace, started the consistency courts, and we are the Kunu Foundation. How can we kill one whom he cared for? With all due respect, sire, should we really go on with this? We will go on, Jonathan. With you, or without you. If you value your job, and your well-being, you will stay mum and follow orders. The assistant trembled. As you will, sire. The next big blow was Daddy's death. He didn't last too long, with both heirs to the anything-goes school gone. With all those passings, and Kasumi's marriage to Dr. Tofu, Nebiki was once again left alone. Of course, Onichan would never turn her away, and would always be ready with a tray of cookies and a listening ear when she needed one, but it wasn't the same. Nebiki had lost her home. She'd tried to replace family life with entrepreneuring, but even that couldn't fill the gap she felt inside. She'd lost her family to death, and the only member who remained had started one of her own. Kasumi had a daughter, already. It always cheered Nebiki to see her. Little Belle was so sweet. The perfect combination of her older sister's tenderness and Dr. Tofu's rugged handsomeness. Not that she was so little, anymore. Belle had turned into quite the young woman. Quite a fortunate one, too, with a set of caring parents and a stable home. She seems to be slipping back into the time, rather than just remembering it. Ono stroked his chin. Good. We can probably get more information that way. Having the doctor's household so close to her only served to remind Nebiki of her loss, and she devoted herself heart and soul to her enterprises. Yes, Nebiki, spoke the director into the mic. That's it. Tell us about your business. Business. The money she had made over the years, selling pictures of her sister to Kunu and blackmailing others had allowed her to buy some very profitable stocks. In just a few years, she had risen to the ownership of a large security company. She always found that amusing. Her securities were what had allowed her to take control of Universal Security Equipment, Incorporated. The director twisted a few knobs on the computer's controls. He'd better log this. They were getting close to the target. And how did that company do? Prod gently, he thought to himself. Don't want to overshoot the mark. The company did well. For a time. While it was expanding, taking care of it filled Nebiki's vacant hours, and occupied her thoughts, which would otherwise be filled with depression and loss. Once it stabilized, however, and it stabilized soon. Nebiki was too adept at business for her own good. It ceased to keep her busy, and she needed another project. Real estate. Real estate? What real estate? In response to the question, a fuzzy picture of about 20 Tokyo's city blocks appeared on the computer screen. Nebiki held the deeds to all the land around the abandoned Tendo dojo for a radius of 2 kilometers. She had bought these while the property was worthless, but as Nirima grew, it had transformed, as she had predicted all along, of course, into prime real estate. Even the Ono clinic/residence belonged to her, at least technically. When the doctor had run into some monetary difficulties, she had bought the property off of him and covered its mortgage, leaving him with live-in rights, and everything, in fact, but actual ownership. My. That was unusually kind of you, Miss Tendo. You took control of his property, and didn't even kick him out on the street. Most kind. The comment made Nebiki frown, even in her delirious state. Better be careful, thought Tanaro. Don't want to break the link. I apologize for the interruption. Go on. You had plans for that land, did you not? Tell me about them. Plans. Of course she had plans. Great ones. Nirima had a lot now. Lawyers, doctors, dentists and such found it an optimal area to set up their practices, but as of yet there wasn't much in the way of shopping malls or recreational complexes. With the land she had, and the money from use, she could build one. It would help everyone, make life more pleasant. But, most of the land was no problem. Only Nebiki ever used the dojo, so demolishing it would not present a difficulty. As for the rest, in planning this she had allowed her tenants' leases to expire, then had refused to renew the contracts. No one lived there now, except Jonathan. Take secondary notes. We're almost there. Sire. The tofu clinic, still booming, was right in the middle of the property. She had approached the couple subtly, of course, about moving to a more luxurious location she would pay for, but they had refused, arguing that the clinic had always been their married home. It looked like the plan would have to be given up, but if she'd given up, thought Tanaro, then she'd have had to face and deal with her pathetic life. I see. If she could find an excuse to demolish the place while they were gone, and then relocate them, it wouldn't harm them. She'd set them up in a beautiful condo. There wasn't a way. Oh. She couldn't destroy the property without their consent, or knowledge. But you did, didn't you? How, Nebiki? How did you do it? In the chair, Nebiki shifted uncomfortably. Tell me, Nebiki. It is important. She had gotten an idea when she went to visit Yukayo in the institute. The poor girl had gone mad after giving birth to Ryuga's son. The nurse had been telling Nebiki about how the ex-okonomiyaki chef had demolished half the town in her insanity. Then, she had commented on how they were fortunate it was the wife that had gone crazy, and not the husband. If Ryuga was ever that depressed, his Shishihukan or the blasting point technique would have probably inflicted a lot more damage. But Ryuga was still sane, wasn't he? And the Shishihukan reminded you of something at use, did it not? Ono hated to prompt, but the drugs would begin to wear off soon, and they had to be through by then. The Shishihukan. At the security company, they would test new equipment by detonating small, government-approved bombs next to them in a desert area. Whenever she was present at one of those trials, Nebiki couldn't help but think of Ryuga's special attacks. The effects were nearly identical. On the screen, a picture of a bomb exploding, and the smoke clearing to reveal a scant Ryuga. I see, said the director. You intended to frame Ryuga for the destruction of the clinic? Nebiki nodded. She would frame him, yes, but it was for the better good of Nirima. Besides, she could pay him back for any legal fees or bail charges after the profits started rolling in, and maybe even add a generous compensation bonus. And how, exactly, did you manage this? On the chair, Nabuki began to sweat. It had been all too easy. With his wife incarcerated, Ryuga had been an easy target for seduction. Nabuki smiled. The poor boy had been no match for her when she tried to be appealing. One night was all she needed. She had the genetic materials she had gathered cloned at the use labs, until she had enough to legally place Hibiki at the blast site. The final touch was to fake a note, purportedly from Akan, blaming her suicide on her hatred of Ryuga. The director turned his eyes away from the monitor. These were pictures he did not want to see. "Oh, deity," he muttered. He had known she was sick, but this. Nabuki had waited until a day when Dr. Tofu and Kasumi had scheduled a trip to the beach. Then she had set the cloned material bomb and let her in Akan's old room at the dojo. In the early afternoon, she detonated the explosive. But she hadn't known. She hadn't. Why? Why did Kasumi have to come back? On the monitor, Kasumi returning for a forgotten item. Picnic basket? Beach towel? No one knew, and after the incident she was in no condition to tell. Then, a cycle of imagined pictures of Onichan dying 1,000 horrible deaths, as the walls of the clinic collapsed onto her, and the shockwave burned her flesh. Oh, deity. She hadn't known. When she found out, it was too much. To lose Kasumi. To lose her mother, her family. She'd killed her. Nabuki began to cry. After doing such a thing, she could not allow herself to live. How would she? After destroying everything that she lived for, she settled on a suicide via bomb. It was the only proper way. Before that, of course, she left her affairs in order. All outstanding debts were paid. A luxury condominium was signed over to Dr. Tofu and Bell, and ownership of use was transferred to Hibiki Ryuga. Hopefully, its wealth would be enough of a compensation for having put him in his present unfortunate position. The director looked at the monitor. She had been thorough in settling her accounts, spiritually and otherwise. That was a problem. She had paid Ryuga back to the best of her ability, and submitted herself to the same fate she had put her sister through. "Sire, the drugs are wearing off." Tanaro turned to face the attendant. "It doesn't matter. We have enough. In point of fact, wake her up completely. There's been a development." "Sire." He pulled another syringe out of the bag, and injected the sobbing Nabuki. She promptly stiffened up, and tried to mask her tears. "You know?" she asked. Ono nodded. "We know. When is the execution?" "I would like it done as soon as possible, please." "Execution?" The director smiled. "I'm afraid not, Miss Tendo. There will be no execution." "What?" "But you said we can't kill an innocent person, Miss Tendo, no matter how vile they may be." Innocent. I thought you'd seen what I just... Didn't you see you could see what I was thinking? Another nod. We can. We did. You passed aid. You are not guilty by your own moral code. I don't understand. The crimes you were accused of were the incapacitation of Kasumi Tendo, and incapacitation? Nebiki smirked. I haven't heard that used as euphemism for death before. Just say I killed her. Oh, but you didn't. What? Not quite. Ono smiled. She lived. For 6 months, she lived. She was paralyzed, blind, and mute, but her mind still worked, and she was kept alive through intravenous feeding. Oh, deity. She looked at herself, then Tanaro. If that happened to Kasumi, why didn't you just bring her back? Rebuild her, like you rebuilt me. Why put me through all this, and let her die? Oh, we tried, my dear Miss Tendo, said the director. But thanks to her daughter, that was quite impossible. Her daughter? Belle-chan? Yes. She couldn't stand seeing her mother in that position, so after half a year of visiting her every day, and seeing her just lie there, she pulled the plug. Quite literally. Disconnected her from all the life support equipment. Deity. Nebiki cried. I'm so sorry. The director looked amused. There seems to be an uncharacteristic amount of compassion in your voice, he said. Could it be that you're actually worried that the incident might have hurt her? The woman nodded. Don't worry. She got over that pretty quickly. Now, the cleaning fluid was another matter entirely. Cleaning fluid? To make sure no one would try to reconnect her, or keep her alive artificially, Belladonna injected her mother with a strong basic solution while the heart was still beating. I'm afraid the organs were quite unsalvageable after that. I suppose we could have duplicated most of the body, but as you well know, the brain cannot be cloned. That can't be true. But it is. And I have photocopies of the psychiatrist's bills, and the court stenographer's notes to prove it. Tanaro noticed Nebiki's arched eyebrow. Don't look so surprised. Of course there had to be a trial. Fortunately, she opted for consistency, and was found completely innocent. In her pure heart, she found death to be a preferable fate for Kasumi than the living hell you'd sent her to. I didn't know. Precisely. You didn't know. Invincible ignorance has been your savior. By your own moral code, you took all necessary precautions, and would provide the Onos with ample compensation. You wronged Ryuga. Yes, but transferring the ownership of use paid him back in full, since it covered his bill and legal costs, and left him and his descendants. How does the phrase go? Set for a life. What happens now? You live. You realize, I'll only kill myself. I can't live in this world. Wouldn't single quote T you rather have the pleasure? Director Ono's eyes twinkled. Oh, so you'll kill yourself? Yes. As soon as you let me go, I will kill myself. If you try to rebuild me again, I will simply commit suicide a third time. Without warning, Tanaro slipped a small dagger out of his jacket and threw it straight at Nabiki's head. Unthinkingly, she plucked it out of the air with her thumb and forefinger. What? She could not understand. I'm afraid, Miss Kendo, that we can't afford to let you die. You will find that you now have a very well-developed self-preservation instinct. This, combined with your mechanical reflexes, leads to some interesting effects, as you have so kindly demonstrated. If you were ready to kill me anyway, why do this? Come now, Miss Kendo. If you'd been guilty, we'd have wanted to kill you ourselves, via the most painful, torturous means your own imagination could devise. If you ended it all with just a relatively painless thrust of a knife, or something akin to it, that wouldn't do at all. Now, would it? Never mind that. Oh. It still applies now that you've been found innocent. If you destroy yourself, how will you ever pay us back? Pay you back? Of course. You may be innocent of the crimes, but this is still a consistency court. In your first life, you never gave anything for free. Nabiki glared at him. Well, seldom. In any case, why should you expect the United States to give you a second chance, and not charge for it? The woman sighed. I admit I might have been a bit persuasive at times, she said, but I never sold anyone anything without their having asked for it first. I know I didn't ask for a resurrection, and my setting off that bomb should have made that abundantly clear, in any case. Oh, no. Mumber, what if I told you that we could prove it otherwise? Huh? The director reached into his jacket and pulled out a minidisc, then handed it to his assistant. Jonathan? Play track 4730. He turned to Nabiki. That disc has the mnemonic information we recorded while you were unconscious. Jonathan took the disc and slipped it into the appropriate slot on the main computer terminal. You're bluffing, said Nabiki. Wait and see. The screen came to life once more. This time, a red-haired girl wearing a yellow shirt and a bow tie was sailing through the air. As soon as she landed, a young Nabiki poured hot water onto her from a tin kettle, promptly turning the girl into a black-haired, big-tailed boy. Hey, watch it, said Ranma. I figured 2,000 yen should cover it, said Nabiki. Stop the recording, Jonathan. That's all we need. Yes, sire. That morph. Was that? We have already discussed this. If you value your safety and your solvency, you will keep quiet. Hi. What do you say now, MS Tendo? Said Tanaro, once again turning towards her. If I hadn't done that, shampoo would've killed him, she said. It was pretty clear that he would have asked for the water, if he could've. Besides, he paid me for it voluntarily. Eventually. Well, then, smiled the director. We seem to be in agreement. If we hadn't done what we did, you would have remained dead, and you clearly want to live. Just a minute, exclaimed the woman. I think that my suicide kind of shows that I don't want to live. I still didn't ask for this, and you still don't have a legal claim. There is no way you can hold me here. Good day. She turned to leave. You're absolutely right, Ms. Tendo, said the director. Huh? I am. If it is clear that you indeed wish to die, then we cannot keep you here against your will. However, I don't think you'll want to leave without your wallet. My wallet? We found it at the blast site, and kept it for you. Thanks. I think. Tanaro pulled a small leather item from his trouser pocket, and deliberately dropped a slip of paper from it onto the floor as he handed it to Nabiki. Oh, dear, he said. How clumsy of me. Now, I wonder what that could be. He picked up the paper. Seems to be a life preservation card. What? No. It couldn't be. Could it? Nabiki snatched the piece of cardboard from the man. It was. All right, I suppose you can keep it, if you like. We have plenty of copies, and I have the main text memorized, in any case. Let's see. How did it go? A pause. I, Tendo Nabiki, hereby declare that if there should come a time when I am unable to use my reasoning faculties, I am to be kept alive for as long as is medically possible, using whatever means are necessary. I forget the exact date and place of signing, I'm afraid. Am I right? Nabiki nodded. That was it, verbatim. With the organ donation queues as long as they were, it was 5-1 against that the medical ghouls would pull the plug on you too soon, just to recycle your body. She'd thought it best to fill this out, just in case. Deity, what irony. So, you see, Miss Tendo, the evidence closest to the time of your accident suggests that you wish to live, regardless of what you may not believe, and hence you are in debt to us for services rendered. Nabiki sighed. Point taken, she said. How, exactly, am I supposed to pay? I did sign over my company to Ryuga, after all. That you did. In fact, the Hibikis are now one of the richest, and most respected, families in Japan. But, don't worry. We've found a way. You will work for us. Work? What kind of work? Not the kind you'll enjoy, I'm afraid. Yanocorp has no need for financiers. Deity knows we have enough of them. Instead, you'll be working for the Kunyu Foundation, as part of the government of Nirima. Which part? The Computer Control Center. But, I don't really know how to handle a computer. I don't think you understand, Miss Tendo. You will be the Computer Control Center. What? Your cerebral bionics, added to your natural intelligence, make you perfect for the job. You'll be hooked up to the main computer system, just like you were hooked up to this computer. He waved at the monitor, and with a little conscious effort, you'll take care of everything from traffic lights to food supplies. That's insane. How will I keep track of it? And I'll need time to eat, and sleep, and... The director interrupted. Don't worry. We have others in roughly the same position, and they all do an admirable job. As for eating and sleeping, well, you'll get the minimum government requirement, but that's only to comply with regulations. Thanks to your modifications, you don't really need to sleep, though you can, if you like, and eating shouldn't take up more than half an hour a day. Minimum government requirement. You'll work for us 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. I take it there's nothing I can do about it. Absolutely nothing. When do I start? Today is Friday, so we will give you tomorrow off. Let Saturday be your rest day. What about accommodations? Lodging? Don't worry. All that was taken care of long ago. Nebiki raised an eyebrow. We did prepare for this eventuality, Miss Tendo. Remember, none of us alive now knew you personally. We had no idea what your moral code was like. Congratulations. You're sicker than I gave you credit for. Thanks. I think. Oh, yes. One more thing before I let you go. HM? Your name. Tendo Nebiki. Exactly. You can't use that anymore. Why not? To the world at large, she's been dead for 70 years. Plus, your little antics left quite a stain on that name. Then what? You will now be known as Perdita. Perdita? Latin. Feminine for a lost one. Nebiki gave him one of her patented looks. You must be joking. There is no way I am being called lost one in Latin. I'm a D-Indio, not a HIDIKI. Too late. You're already registered. He turned to the attendant. Jonathan, take Perdita to her quarters. Aye, sire. And brief her on her new stats, will you? Birth date, parentage, and so on. As you will, sire. With that, Jonathan unhooked Nebiki from the terminal, replaced her head panel, unstrapped her and let her out the door. Tanaroma was satisfied. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps it was better, after all, that she had been found innocent. It seemed to him that she craved death, that she couldn't stand to face the consequences of her actions. To live. Now, there was her worst nightmare. To be alive in a world where she had killed her sister. Not only that, but one she thought of as a second mother. He shook his head. It was poetic justice that she would now know more about that very part of the world that so concerned her, thanks to her newfound employment. A smile. Nebiki Tendo. Pardon. PRDIDA had paid in full. Whistling airs from Beethoven's Ninth, the director smoothed his jacket and went out the door. Epilogue. Nirima Graveyard, December 15, 2095, Saturday, 6:42 p.m. Nebiki walked up the dirt path to the hilltop, dressed in black, and with a thick veil hiding her face. Soon, she was inside of the marble slab that marked the Tendotum. The cemetery's artificial lights were designed to be discreet, but their pinpoints of blue gave an eerie effect, and made it difficult for even her mechanical eyes to read the inscriptions on the plaque before the marker. Nebiki shivered, and it wasn't from the evening winter breeze. Just as well, she thought. She'd checked the records beforehand, so she knew what to expect. But her mind wasn't quite strong enough yet to face the fact concretely. Not strong enough, by far. Besides, someone else was at the graveside. A woman? Yes. That much she could tell from the chest. But the black and the dark made little else distinguishable. Probably some descendant of Kasumi's. I'm not going to think about that. She was fooling herself. Of course she was going to. She thought of little else. Her crime, her family, and death were all that occupied her mind, roughly in that order. The figure stood, then turned and walked towards the exit gate. Well, no more putting it off. With a deep breath of cold air, she gathered resolution and went towards the memorial. Once there, she knelt before the stone, and looked at the names inscribed on it. She ran her fingers lightly over the indentations in the marble. The fingers of her organic hand. The first name was her mother's. Then came Akan's, Daddy's, and before Kasumi's, her own. She had no right to be there, next to them. No right at all. She'd outlived them, though they were the ones who deserved life, not she. It wasn't fair. They'd left, and she'd stayed. Now she was alone, confused, and lost. Lost. Nabiki laughed bitterly. Perhaps the name the Foundation had chosen for her wasn't that inappropriate, after all. Perdita. Lost one. Fitting. She might not scrap it quite as soon as she'd first planned. The night birds were beginning to sing their songs, and the barking of dogs and noise of cat fights was gradually replacing the whir of the hover cars. The sky was dark. Thick clouds made sure that even the full moon could not be seen. It was time to leave. The atmosphere and memories were getting to her. Better do what she'd come for, and go back to the hospice. She reached into her robe, pulling out a bundle of incense sticks and a mini light. Hands shaking, she separated one of them from the rest, then carefully heated it. In seconds, the dull red rug began to glow, letting off gray-blue smoke which curled upwards, fading abruptly into the surrounding darkness. Even when one could tell the chemical composition of the soot at a glance, or the temperature of the flame, it was still a touching sight. Happy anniversary, sis. Tears flowing liberally, she set the offering down next to Akan's name. It was with some surprise that she noticed the flower left by an earlier visitor. A cloned rose in black, and still fresh. Must have been that woman. She allowed herself to smile. At least someone in this future world still remembered. No more. She had to stop living in the past, and begin to think of her future. Nabiki was dead and buried. She had been reborn, whether she liked it or not, and it was best that she remember that hers was now a different life from the one she'd left. With a sigh, Perdita stood and trudged back to the main path through the neatly cut grass, pausing only briefly to note with disgust that the Saotome tomb was mere inches away from her family's. Even in death, Ranma, you can't leave us alone. She started on the trail, and headed home. And chapter 23 I'll say, well, Miss Kendo, you seem to be doing just fine, the doctor said. She wondered if it was proper to call him a doctor. Was technician closer to the mark? She slid off the examining table and walked over to her clothes. The doctor watched in shock as she dumped the hospital gown on the floor and began to dress without showing any signs of modesty. Why should she? It wasn't her body. KOUSEI, Fairness, by Jeffrey Paul Hosmer. Perdita stepped out of the Kuyu Foundation's cyber clinic with a sigh as her feet automatically started her back on her route to the office. Not in the sense of habit, but because of the dating program the KF had installed. Fortunately, her clinic time was considered work-related. The KF had certain obligations to its employees it could not avoid, but she was not allowed to dawdle on the way back to work. It took her exactly 7 minutes and 36 seconds to reach her workstation. 30 seconds later, she was connected into the Nirima city government net. Business as usual. Just like every other day since her unwanted resurrection. Endless, spirit-numbing work. How'd it go, Perdita? An inquiring voice spoke up from behind her. Perdita barely glanced at the other worker. Ever since she had arrived, Pi had ignored the unwritten rules of the computer center. None of the workers here ever spoke to each other. They rarely left their small, sound-dampened cubicles. Why the KF spent all the money on the dampening fields when their cyborgs rarely spoke aloud was beyond her. As far as she knew, she was the only one who actually spoke to her computer. Even if they sat only 6 feet apart, they used email to communicate. Perdita had been grateful for that. She hadn't wanted to talk to other cyborgs, hadn't wanted to get to know them. She had her own problems. They seemed to feel the same way. Not Pi. The young, Chinese beauty had been hired 3 months ago, right after receiving her implants. In fact, her hair had still been growing back when she arrived. She hadn't seemed bothered by it, almost flaunting her enhancement. In another lifetime, Perdita would have run an office pool on the chances of the newcomer suffering from delayed rejection syndrome. But none of her fellow cyborgs gambled. The gleaming plug was barely visible now, covered by sky blue hair. Pi kept in the same short, practical hairstyle that Perdita had worn when she was young. Had it come back into fashion again? She didn't know. It went okay, Perdita mumbled. Did you tell them about that static problem? It's annoying to get a snap crackle pop in your head. Yeah. They said it was normal as the weather grows colder. Meaning they won't do anything about it. That was my impression. That's hardly fair. Perdita snorted before she could even think about it. That's the KF for you, she quipped. She stopped, angry with herself for letting her disgruntlement show, but Pi only smiled and walked back to her workstation. Perdita turned back to her work, time seeming to stand still as she waited for her 16-hour shift to end. She felt like she was in the center of a massive web, but not like a spider, but rather as its prey, slowly being sucked dry. Many mind-numbing hours later, her computer finally let her log off. Gratefully, she unplugged her cord and watched it wind itself back inside the terminal. It reminded her of a snake slithering back into its lair. She stood and headed for the door. Pi caught up with her outside. Hey, Perdita. Want to go get a drink? Me. Anyone else here named that? Come on. It'll be fun. I need to unwind after working in this morgue. Perdita had never considered it. Every other night after work she had simply gone home and tried to sleep. The dreams would come then, but even her nightmares could hardly measure up to what her life had become. Okay, she said, not entirely sure why. Great. I know just the place. You'll love it. The brokerage was a radical bar, for a city controlled by the KF, the cyborg thought when she saw it. As a result of Kunio-chan's reforms, most bars looked like the small, salaryman places she remembered from her childhood. The nightclubs and theme bars of her adulthood had been deemed immoral by the great savior of humanity. Today's youth didn't care much about that, she knew, since reports of underground raves and incidents of moral turpitude came across her workstation every night. This bar was decorated like those she had visited as a businesswoman back in the late 20th century. The business news of the day was shown on flat screens, not holovision, and stock prices scrolled by on a display that ran the length of the bar. It was obviously popular with the young business crowd, as the dance floor nearby was rather full of young executives waltzing. Kunio had his impact on the music industry as well. It was a pleasant shock to the time-displaced cyborg. Great, isn't it? I gushed, pulling her along to the bar. Vodka tonic, she told the bartender, tipping him extravagantly. Just a club soda, Perdita said, also tipping the man when he looked her away. She wished for something stronger, but her KF-supplied self-preservation circuits wouldn't even let her risk alcohol poisoning. Nothing stronger? I asked, leading her to an empty booth once they got their drinks. Mumber KF programming won't allow it, Perdita said. Why'd you let them stick that in? Perdita looked at her company workers suspiciously for a moment. She still hadn't made up her mind as to whether or not the young girl was with KF's internal security INSEC or not. The possibility existed, of course. The KF and Onocorp, they were practically one company, though few people knew that had little trust in their employees. She had done some investigating in the weeks following her resurrection. The practices of these two cornerstones of modern Japanese society had shocked even her. Tendo Zebiki had been different in that regard, at least, she thought. Once Zebiki found where someone's self-interest lay, she could usually trust them. She made sure they realized it would not be in their self-interest to betray her. There had been a few exceptions, but Tendo Zebiki had also been an excellent judge of character and trusted her instincts. The cyborg wondered, how much, if any, of Tendo Zebiki was left to her. Tendo Zebiki would not have let the KF and Onocorp get away with what they had done to her. Perdita Tendo would have found it hard to get out of bed in the morning, were it not for her programming. However, her instincts now told Perdita she could trust Kai, to some extent at least. Wherever the blue-haired girl's self-interest lay, it had little to do with reporting Perdita to the KF. Still, there was no need to tell all. the KF paid for my enhancements. Pretty to put a right twist on the last word. I had been in an explosion and they rebuilt me. They gave me the bill afterwards and I worked for them to pay it off. I looked stricken. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It was a long time ago. Don't worry about it. I don't really remember a lot about it. Just sitting at home, watching the timer on the bond tick down, the red button that would halt the countdown sitting within reach. Every time she wanted to push it, however, she thought of Kasumi and stopped. That should have been the end of it. I guess I was lucky. My family paid for my plug, and it's about all I have. She took a sip of her drink, looking at her company worker while trying not to be obvious about it. Still, she managed a warm smile for Perdita. Old money? Perdita asked out of habit, her financial curiosity aroused. Very old money, you could say. I don't get to see them too much since I took the job at the KF. The hours are a killer. Change the subject, Perdita thought. Family was the last topic she wanted to talk about. Why do it, then? You're not a wage slave like I am. Oh, it's all part of my career plan, I said with a conspiratorial wink. Career plan? What are you going to do? Why? Try and take over the business world, of course, I deadpanned. Perdita froze in shock for a moment, then, to her own surprise, she began to laugh. I started to giggle as well and soon the two of them were laughing like old schoolgirls. They talked for over an hour about business, finance, news, and even the weather. Perdita found herself glad she had accepted Pai's invitation, even if the Chinese girl was feeling the effects of the vodka tonics she had imbibed. Maybe she had grown too paranoid since her resurrection, seeing insect agents everywhere. She was heading for the bar for another round when someone bumped into her. "Hey," she said, her macros spinning her around and into a defensive stance even as she said it. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," the man who bumped into her said. He was an American, with blonde hair, tan skin, and a well-built physique. Perdita could tell that even through the business suit he wore. He was exactly the sort of man she had chased back when she was Tendo Nebiki, ornamental. Not like Ryuga, she thought, before she could stamp it out. "Watch where you're going next time," she said, brusquely. She had no time for pretty boys anymore. "Say, haven't I seen you before?" the man said, smiling to reveal perfect white teeth. He was obviously trying to turn on the charm and Perdita wanted none of it. "I don't think so," she said coolly. He snapped his fingers. "That's right. I saw you at the K Foundation the other day. I'm David Ransom, programmer." He held out his hand. Perdita took it without thinking. "Perdita Tendo," she replied. "A programmer?" She had seen the programmers the KF had working for them. They reminded her of Gosankuzi Hikaru, pale, thin, and demented. She had once caught one of them mumbling aloud in machine code. This man did not fit the image. He smiled, as if reading her thoughts. freelance programmer and troubleshooter, I should say. I don't spend my days tied to monitor, or at least I try not to. I really am sorry about bumping into you like that. Would you care to dance? What? He was suddenly moving too fast for her. Dance. By way of apology, he smiled again and took her arm. Before she knew it, he had led her out to the dance floor just as another waltz began. Perdita was surprised to find the KF had included dance macros in her programming, but assumed they were part of some standard package. She only had to consciously direct her movements if he made a mistake. He was a skillful dancer and led her through the waltz with ease. The waltz went to a tango number and Perdita let herself melt into his arms for it. After several months being just a machine for the KF, it felt good to be treated as human again, by this man and by Pi. She had forgotten her. After the tango, Perdita excused herself and made her way over to her booth. Pi was sitting there, grinning. "No wonder you don't unwind much, Perdita," she teased. "That tango almost got you both arrested for public indecency." Perdita laughed along with her friend and David joined in. She then noted the time on her internal chronometer. It was getting close to 11 p.m. and she reported to work at 4 a.m. Her 16-hour shifts cycled around the clock, moving ahead 4 hours every month. That way, the KF reasoned, she was experienced at running the computer center at all hours. In reality, all I did was keep her out of sync with most people in the city most of the time. This month, at least, it was the 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. shift. Her most normal workday. "I have to get going," she said. Pi nodded, understanding. Perdita turned to David. "Thanks for the dances. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier," she began. "Oh, think nothing of it," he said. "If you really feel bad about it, maybe you'd let me take you out for dinner tomorrow. After the K Foundation releases us from the salt mines, of course." Perdita blinked, then a slow smile spread across her face. "I think I'd like that. Screw the KF," she thought. "I'm a human being, not a cog in their machine. I deserve a little fun." One dinner date led to another, and finally to something else altogether. It would have resulted in Perdita being late to work were it not for her dating program. Still, Pi had noticed her company workers' happy glow and had teased her about it mercilessly. As time went on, however, Pi seemed less than happy about Perdita spending time with David. "I'm just worried about you getting so serious with him," she said to Perdita one day. "After all, he's freelance. Who knows when the KF will let him go? And long-distance relationships never really work," she added. Perdita was too happy to care. She chalked it down to her friend being jealous of the time she spent with David and made an effort to find more time with Guy. That seemed to mollify the young girl a little. One Saturday, her rest day, David took Perdita out on a rented sailboat. She had been a little hesitant at first, partly because of her memories of a disastrous sailing trip on Kunyu-chan's boat, and partly because she wasn't even sure if her cyborg body could swim. The lure of sun and sea had been too much to resist, and David quickly proved that he was no kuno when it came to nautical matters. Perdita had been pleased to learn her prosthetics could tan, matching the rest of her skin, after they found a secluded place to drop the anchor and spend some time in the Sunday. So it was with a light heart that she logged onto her workstation Sunday morning. Chia was on her rest day, or she would have teased her friend about it. She even hummed a little too as she skimmed through the list of things to do. Then she stopped cold at a personnel action. Personnel termination, ransom, David reason for termination, completion of contract. Termination code, A35 termination code A35 meant that David would be fired for cause, usually something trumped up, so that the KF could deny him the rights to any product he worked on while he was with them. It was a dirty trick, one that she wouldn't even have considered as tendonadiki. She would have at least included a fat severance check as hush money. She could stop it. A few simple commands and David would be assigned to another job within the company. An even simpler command could allow him to walk away without the stigma of termination with cause, but then he would be out of her life. She gnawed at her lip in indecision, a little surprised at how important he had become to her. If the KF watchdogs caught her changing the order, she was sure that bastard Tanaro would find a way to make her pay for it. He could send her to jail, rehabilitation, as they now called it, and since the KF ran the jails, it would be easy to make her disappear. Perdita had not wanted to live when Tanaro had resurrected her. A part of her still wanted to die, but she wanted to die on her terms, not as part of some punishment dreamed up by him. She put off her decision for a bit, dealing with other matters. It was not a priority job, anyway. Still, as the hours ticked along, she came nearer and nearer to the time when a decision must be made, and she was no closer to making it. Suddenly, an email marked both private and urgent came into her inbox. She blinked, not at the flags, but the fact that the sender's address had been carefully removed from the mail. She attempted to trace it, but the trail just looped back and forth through the KF sub-processors. It all looked like a minor power fluctuation had corrupted the mail, thus removing the sender's ID, but that seemed to pet an answer to Perdita. Still, she opened the mail. It contained a single file. Opening it, Perdita was shocked to see that it was images from a KF security camera one placed directly in Tanaro's office. She noticed the insect timestamp was intact and viewed untampered with. Someone had gone through a lot of time and effort to snatch this file. Her curiosity aroused, she played it. She closed her eyes and viewed it in her head, so that the insect monitoring her workstation would see nothing out of the ordinary. She saw President Ono at his desk. A moment later, he was joined by another man and, in the silence before either spoke, she could hear the sound of her heart breaking. David took a seat in front of the desk. "How goes your operation?" Tanaro asked, still working on his computer as he spoke. I've got her in the palm of my hand, sir. I really believe she's in love with me. Believe me, that creature is incapable of love, was the cold reply. And I think our endorphin macro had something to do with it. I don't doubt she is plotting to one day escape, but if you're right, she will find it hard to leave our warm embrace. Tanaro chuckled at that, a sound that made Perdita shudder. The file came to an end. Perdita opened her eyes and stared at the screens around her, wanting to smash every one of them. Her self-preservation programming and her financial sense stopped her before she hurt herself and added to her debt. Getting control of herself, she turned her finely tuned mind, thanks to the KF, loose on the information she had just received. A thorough manual self-diagnostic soon revealed the Tanaro's macro, which was designed to cause an low-level endorphin spike in her brain when certain code words, like K Foundation, were used. The endorphins made her feel pleasant and, as a side effect, dampened any suspicions she might have. In a way, she had to thank the KF. If they hadn't worked her so hard she never would have had the skill to find and disable the macro. It was hardwired, like her self-preservation programs, but she could write a macro to alert her when it turned on. That knowledge would diminish its effects. Once that was done, she turned her thoughts to what to do with Mr. David Ransom. After a moment, she began to smile. "Good morning, Ty," a somber Perdita greeted her friend the next day. "I saw the news, Perdita," Ty responded. "I'm sorry about David." "No, you were right about him after all." Perdita shook her head. "Embezzling from the Kunyu Foundation? I didn't think anyone was that stupid. I'll understand if you don't want to go out tonight." "No, I think it'll be just the thing to get my mind off him," Perdita said with a smile. Behind that smile, plans were already beginning to form. With this latest stunt, Tanaro had thrown down his gauntlet. He would learn what it meant to challenge Tendo Zabiki. With new determination, she threw herself into her work. Pai smiled back and walked over to her workstation. "Well, that was easy enough," she thought. "I wondered what she'd do with the information I found, but I never thought she'd turn the tables on them so neatly. She will go far in the organization." In a secret chamber somewhere in Tokyo, a strange figure raised its head. It could sense there had been a subtle change, something that could spell doom for all it had wrought over the last century. The figure feels the cosmic pendulum reach its apex and begin to swing back. For the first time in 100 years, it wonders what the future will bring. The End Chapter 24 Guys AGISEI Sacrifice, written by Jeffrey Paul Hosmer. I hate Jews in Kyo. It surprises people when they hear me say that. Surprises and shocks them. Aren't I the witch of Jews in Kyo? Isn't it my home? My source of power, my haven? And I have to answer yes to all those questions. I still hate Jews in Kyo. But tomorrow, it will return my love to me. I will forgive it everything else if it will only do that. I still remember the day I first met him. He was cursed by Jews and Kyo into the body of the young girl, but I knew it not. I thought he was just a foolish outlander girl who had to learn to respect Amazon customs. He taught me instead. It was embarrassing, humiliating. I was defeated so easily by the outsider girl. I knew what to do. I gave the girl the kiss of death. She ran away and I followed her back to Japan. And there I met her as him. What can I say about that meeting, after all these years? I know what the others thought of me. They thought I was a stupid fool, following some outdated laws. They didn't think I understood them, but I did. It wasn't the law. It wasn't the fact that he beat me. It was no less embarrassing to me when my love defeated me in combat than anyone else. It was the connection I felt. I had sensed it even back in China, when he was a girl, but it was even stronger when he was a man. When our eyes met, I felt it. When I touched him, it practically screamed. Our destinies were linked. But he didn't love me. Zeus once told me that an outlander had written, "The truth shall set you free." This truth did nothing of the sort. I knew in my heart that he didn't love me. I know that on the day he died that his last thoughts were of her, my rival, a weak, tomboyish girl who couldn't cook. She was cute, but I was more beautiful. All the advantages were mine. Yet she still won his heart. Without even trying, she won it. Abusing him, she won it. How? I couldn't even kill her for it. I can't kill people. I found that out when hunting my love. Something stops me before the final blow lands. I never told great-grandmother, but she knew. If not at the beginning, she knew at the end. It was all that saved her from me. But as for my rival, Akan, I couldn't kill her for an even more important reason. He loved her. My other rival, in both restaurants and love, knew this too. We both denied it. And we both knew it. It drove her mad in the end, after he died. I was mad for a time, too. But I'm perfectly sane now. He was the center of our lives, the heart of our pattern. We revolved around him. When he died, the pattern broke apart. I can see it now, with my witch's sight. The pattern is broken and frayed, but the links still exist. I don't know how it can still exist with so many people dead and gone, but it is there. It is waiting for him. That is how I know I will succeed. And this time, I will fill Akan's place in the pattern, if I can. But if not, I will still have discharged my debt to him. He died because of great-grandmother. Not directly, but it is still her fault and my shame. Great-grandmother never did anything directly. She had supplemented her fighting skills with magics, knowledge and cunning. When I was little, she was everything I wanted to be. Now she is everything I loathe. Despite that, I am turning into her. Because of her, I have mastered magic. I have learned things I would rather forget. And I am 3 inches shorter than I once was. As I grow older, my body is slowly changing, growing more efficient, requiring less food and sleep. In another 150 years, I will resemble a small, withered mummy, just like her. The thought horrifies me, and not just because of vanity. I dream that I wake up and look in the mirror and see her sightless, grinning face staring at me. And then I realize it's my own face. I have broken a lot of mirrors. Tomorrow, I will cast the spell. He will return to life. I know. It is not a perfect spell, but Chia only allows me to do so much. Considering the terrible cost I paid, it seems a poor recompense. But to look into his eyes, to see him looking back at me, I would do almost anything. When I was mad, I tried dunking animals into the spring that housed his soul. It didn't work. They were still animals in mind. To see his body, still young and vibrant, as handsome as I remember, yet with no mind behind those eyes. I killed his body. My hands, already red with the blood of my kin, snapped his neck more times than I care to remember. Afterwards, I would just sit by the spring, cradling the slowly dying body for hours. Eventually, Zeus would come and take me home. I never asked him what he did with the corpses. I don't want to know. Later, he got a small force field generator from Nebiki, a prototype, that he used to seal off the spring. Blood turns black on a force field. Did you know? I found that out when I bashed a squirrel's head in, trying to force it through the shield. I stopped trying after that. It was hard on us, those first few years. The Amazons would not accept my reasons for attacking great-grandmother. I didn't care. I was still mad with grief. If I had been sane, perhaps I could have kept my place in the tribe. But I wasn't, so I didn't. They didn't care what Moose did. He was just a man, after all. He followed me. If he was surprised that I went to Chia, he gave no sign. Patiently, and for many years, he took care of me. I remember him feeding me when I refused to eat, making sure I was dressed properly, combing my hair. He cared more for my appearance than I did. He spoke to me, constantly. That is probably what let me regain my sanity. His soft, gentle voice was a lifeline I clutched at. He never took advantage of me, even when I was so catatonic I couldn't even bathe myself. I am ashamed by his love. If I could only have returned it, then perhaps things would have been all right. But I couldn't return it. Zeus was like a brother to me. I told him as much, once. He smiled in that sad way of his and I couldn't meet his gaze. It was he that helped me find my purpose. Even though it drove him away from me, made me drive him away, I think I hope that he was content, knowing I was sane. He told me what great-grandmother had done. I had no honor left. My honor is my family's honor is my tribe's honor. If one of us is dishonorable, the greater part casts us out. If a person is dishonorable, the family casts her out. If a family is dishonorable, then the tribe casts it out. Great-grandmother cast aside our family honor. When I was born, Zeus tells me, my great-grandmother cast certain magics. She sought the shape of my destiny with the tribe. She saw that if I married a strong man, then the tribe would grow strong. If I never married, the tribe would wither and die. I never married. The tribe is gone now, except for a few. The young ones all left for the promises of the city, of modern life. All that is left is the elders, like myself, who cling to the old ways. They will all die soon, and then the Jokusuzoku will be no more. I had not been to the village in decades, but Muthusa's family visits me occasionally. They have told me what happened. I know it is my family's fault. Great-grandmother was determined to have me marry the strongest man she could find. She trained me night and day, almost from as soon as I could walk. I was not even supposed to talk to a boy, unless he could defeat me in combat. Muthusa was the sole exception, and that was only because he wouldn't go away. He was my best friend. Great-grandmother caught me kissing him once. It was my first kiss, and his, too. I didn't mean anything by it, but I was curious. He was only too happy to help. It was clumsy, it was nervous, it made us both laugh. And then great-grandmother nearly broke open his skull with her staff. His eyesight started getting really bad after that, but he never blamed me. I blamed myself enough for both of us. I tried to drive him away, to keep him from getting hurt, but on that one thing, he never listened to me. I had to harden my soul against seeing him in pain, because I could not go against my great-grandmother. I kept hoping he would leave, so he wouldn't be hurt anymore, but secretly I was relieved that he stayed, and wouldn't leave me alone. I am so alone now. Great-grandmother was always testing me and my love strength. Sometimes, like with the cat's tongue pressure point, she was obvious about. Sometimes she was subtle. My love died without even knowing it was her fault. How can I blaming her too? Yukai went mad, but even she thought it was over. It isn't. Great-grandmother let the old pervert have a scroll of summoning. She knew many secrets of Juzenkyo, including the identity of the girl who had drowned to provide my love's curse. She also knew of a powerful spirit who had loved that girl in life. She merely waited until the proper moment to use that knowledge. Kasumi told us. The news traveled slowly. The pattern was breaking and we were all stunned by it, some so much that we couldn't function. Poor Kasumi. She was outside our pattern, outside of all patterns, really, save those she made herself. It did not save her from being dragged into my family's plans. Muthusa told me how she died, by accident. It was no accident. It was the curse. She came to us and told us, before she broke down sobbing, that my love was dead. I was waitressing at the time. I dropped my plates. It was the first time I had ever done that. I remember looking down at the mess and thinking I would have to clean it up. The thought of my love, dead, didn't really penetrate. I got down on my knees and began to clean up the mess, ignoring Kasumi. She slapped me. I can still remember the sting of her palm on my cheek. She dragged me up off of my knees and slapped me. Kasumi slapping someone? Unheard of. She dragged me up off my knees. I was babbling about cleaning. I don't recall. She slapped me. My love was dead. My world was over. Great-grandmother said, "Oh well, there are other potential son-in-laws." I didn't go mad then. I want this understood above all else. I was not mad when I did it. I don't think I was mad. I know when I was mad. There are whole periods of my life that I can't recall. Mithus was there, I know. He was always by my side. He told me later that 10 years passed while I was mad. I only remember a few summers, a snowfall. Juzenkyo. I remember Juzenkyo. I remember the blood turning black on a force field. I remember his body, the eyes windows to an animal's soul. I remember the cracking sound his neck made all those times. I remember each time, but I can't count them. I remember my hands, flying at her face. She was surprised. She was afraid. I could see it in her eyes. Those eyes did not see the world. They dissected it. They measured it. They analyzed it. They devoured it. The hard part was digging my fingers into the sockets without damaging the eyes. Her training served me well there. I did it fast, so fast she would have been proud, if she could have seen it. It was pluck and then pop out they came. Little nerves trailed back into the sockets. I pulled them out slowly now, curious. How long would they stretch? An inch? 2? Could she still see me? Someone was screaming. I think it was her. I had never heard her scream before. It was shriller than I thought it would be. I could still see the fear in her eyes. The nerve snapped. I didn't get a good measure of how long they stretched. Something to remember next time. She was still screaming, I noted, but I didn't care. I was looking at the eyes. They were quite pretty. Blue, the color of the sky. His were gray, the color of a storm. He was a force of nature, like a storm. What did the blue mean? I sat there, staring into them. She wouldn't stop screaming. I wondered why. Was there something in her eyes? She had her hands clutched to her face. Oh, right. I had forgotten. Silly me. The eyes were looking at me. Mithus had been there. He watched and heard it all. What a sight we must have made. The blinded Amazon matriarch, screaming and clutching the eyeless sockets, and the young Amazon warrior, her hands covered in blood, staring into the eyeballs in her hand. They were looking at me. Free of their owner and master, they studied me. Cold, analytical, devouring eyes. They were looking at me. Stop looking at me. I can see them, judging me still. I am a failure in her eyes. Under her stare, I was powerless. They were looking at me. So I devoured them. They tasted awful. I don't remember anything of Japan after that. I remember the village. Mithus took me back there. My great-grandmother stayed in Japan. I didn't know why, then. Mithus told me later that Akane had killed herself, after killing the old pervert. I was happy for her. That was a warrior's death. I knew why she had killed herself. To be with him. I couldn't do the same. I was too afraid. The village denounced me. I had laid hands on the matriarch of my family. I had blinded her, deliberately. I was not repentant. I was cast out. They were right. I had done all that. I had gone against their most sacred laws. I was without honor. Later, I learned that Moose told them what my great-grandmother had done, hoping they would forgive me. They disowned my family, instead. I was honorless, without family or tribe. What would happen to my soul on death? I couldn't even be sure that I could be with him. His soul was at Juzenkyo. So I went to Juzenkyo. The next decade or so is a blur of half memories. Muse was always there for me, except when he went to the village for supplies. He had worked out an arrangement with the new head of the village trading post, a young girl named Antibacterial Liquid Hand Soap. Even I could tell from his descriptions of her that she loved him. Muse always was blind. Muse would always speak with me, even though I rarely answered. We went on like that for years, until he said something that cut through my madness. If only Cologne hadn't given Hapo's eyes that scroll. He was muttering to himself, not intending me to hear, but I had become very attuned to his voice. The words shot straight to my heart. I grabbed him and told him to explain what he meant. The Tenbos had given him Hapo's eyes possessions before we left Japan. He showed me the scroll that had summoned the vengeful spirit. It was in great-grandmother's handwriting, obviously copied from some older scroll to preserve the contents. She had used simple kanji and wrote them large, so even someone like Hapo's couldn't mix them up. My family had killed my love. I almost fled back into madness then. It would have been easy. But it was not what my love would have done. Before, I had wallowed in my own personal disgrace. This was different. My family had deliberately hurt another family. I owed a debt of honor. I could not ignore it. I could not avoid it. I could not fulfill it. There was a letter that Moose had not wanted to show me. It was from great-grandmother. She had written it carefully, trusting her hands to form the characters she could not see. She warned me that as my choice had sealed the fate of the Amazons, so did it seal the fate of the Tenbos, the Sotomes, and all of Japan. Her curse. I knew her power. I could not face her there again. But my love was here. I could fight her here. How? I found the answer. There was an old woman living near Juzenkyo. It was said that she was once an Amazon, before being cast out, her name forgotten. She was the witch of Juzenkyo then. She would have the answers I needed. But first, I waited and built up my strength. 10 years of madness had caused my strength and coordination to wither away. I had to regain it. Muse stood by me, helped me, trained with me. But I went to the witch alone. She did not wish to train me. I explained my circumstances. She ignored me. I told her about my love. She refused to listen. I told her about great-grandmother. She listened. Great-grandmother had played a role in casting the witch out of the Amazon tribe. For vengeance, she was willing to teach me. She told me right away, however, that she did not know of a way to bring my love back to life. I would have to find my own way. I would have to pay my own price. Choose and kill, she told me, always demands a price of those who would try to learn its secrets. It was always something near and dear to the seeker's heart. I told her I understood and that I had to do two things before I could study under her. I left her there and went back to Moose. Oh, spirits, what a fool I was. I had my love, but I also had Moose. Between us was something stronger than friendship, even if it was not the love he sought. I could not give him my heart, so I gave him my body. It shames me to write this, and I regret it every day, but I could not give him my virginity. He never knew, I think. I could be a good actor, when I needed to be, and he was as new to this as he had kept himself pure for me. I, on the other hand, took a small animal to choose and kill. Sane, the force field was easy to turn off. He was as handsome as ever, and the body knew what to do. It was wonderful. I hated myself. I wish I knew what Moose had done with the corpses. I had to settle for weighing the animal down with stones and leaving it in the spring. Moose didn't want my gift. We argued about it for 2 weeks. For once, I outstubborned him. Every night I offered myself to him, naked, tempting him, telling him that if he accepted, he would have to leave. He resisted me for 2 weeks, nearly killing himself in the process. I almost gave in to him then. We could, I think, have found some happiness together. No. I am only trying to fool myself. Moose gave in on the 15th day. It was wonderful. I hated myself. Moose left the next day, with many a backward glance. 9 months later, he had his revenge. However, I named her Akan. I began studying under the witch, sure that Jews and Chia could take nothing more from me than it already had. Then Akan came. The witch helped me with the birth. I did not want to tell Moose. I did not want him to put himself at risk. For hours, I suffered, pushing and breathing, downing concoctions the witch brewed to aid the delivery. Pain. Breathe. Push. Pain. Breathe. Push. Tear. Fulfillment. I cannot describe how I felt when Akan was put in my arms. She was so tiny and perfect. Dark hair already covered her head and she reminded me so much of the tomboy. She was uncoordinated, screaming angrily, and hitting anything near her. Except when I held her. She was so beautiful. My life settled into a routine. Chores, learning, taking care of Akan. The witch often tried to get me to give up, go back to Moose, raise my child. I kept refusing. When Moose visited, I hid Akan from him. He would never suspect the truth. Years passed. Moose married antibacterial liquid and soap and they had children of their own. My knowledge of magic grew, as did Akan. I kept her hair cut short, like the tomboys, and she looked a bit like her. When she didn't remind me of Moose. She was a loving child. She even melted the heart of the old witch, who could refuse Akan nothing. I taught her to hunt when she was old enough, and how to fight. She was very smart, and I wished I could send her to school. I put off the decision, however, thinking there would be time. Later, I would tell Moose that she had wandered into Juzenkyo, an orphan, and ask him see to her education. Would he have seen through the lie? Even after she became a teen, I kept her close. She was so innocent and gentle, so prone to see the beauties of life. When we watched the sunset, she could always see more colors, more beauty than I. How could I have made something so perfect? But from day one, I told her to never play among the springs. One day, when she was 16 years old, she didn't come home for dinner. She was at the springs. I don't want to write any more about this. The witch had nodded sadly when I told her about Akan, explaining that Juzenkyo had demanded a similar price of her. Once, I broke a lot of things. Years passed. I learned more and more about Juzenkyo. The witch died one winter, of pneumonia. I tried to tend her, but one night, while I was asleep, she got up and, in a delirium, stumbled out to Juzenkyo. She drowned. At least I think it was the result of delirium. When I am about to die, will I find myself back here? Is that the final price of Juzenkyo? I don't know. Last week, I completed the spell. It is now almost a century since my love died. I thought of waiting for the exact day, but I cannot. I will have my love back. I will see him in those eyes. Then, I will be happy. The spell is not perfect. He will have to share his body with another. There is no way around that, save the annihilation of the host spirit before casting the spell. I can't kill. If I could, would I for him? No. He would not want that. I am writing this the day before I attempt the spell. I am an empty shell. Everything I once was, I lost or gave up. My Amazon heritage, my brother Moose, my sanity, my daughter, my love. Ranma must never know. If those eyes were to look at me in pity, or loathing, I could not bear it. If he knew the depth of my dishonor, of my family's dishonor, he would flee my presence. If he did that, I would. What? I could kill him. I know how to do it. Wrap my hands around that perfect throat, feel the pulse thrumming against my palms as I squeeze. A snap, then the body sags. No. I can't kill a person. I am such a weakling. He must never know. For him, I will be the old shampoo. I will speak as I did in those days. I will act as I did in those days. Spirits of Juzenkyo, let him see nothing of the real shampoo, the shampoo described in these pages. If he knew, I would die. I know how to do that too. I hate Juzenkyo. Asterisk chapter 25 asterisk. Part of his world he doesn't know it. But sometimes I'll go and watch him. When he's in his bedroom, or at dinner, I'll climb up the twisted tree that spreads along the north side of his house, and look at him through flimsy drapes. Why do I do it? I don't know. All I can say is that often, I'll be sitting at my desk, intent upon some history or math, when I'll blank out and all that I will see is his face. The twinkling eyes, the unkempt hair that overflows over a thick bandana. If I then try to work again, I fail, quite miserably. Much as I try to concentrate on torque or battle, integral or execution, the only thing that fills me with an eagerness to be, to do, is thoughts of being with him, next to him, to see him, smell him, feel his presence, see the pinkish glow around him from his aura. And being who I am, I succumb to temptation. It's no use trying to avoid it. Sure, spirits will pursue those who they're interested in. He haunts me, and so I follow him. Ironic. All I want to do is speak to him, to learn from him, to let him learn from me. But every time I try, I stall. My mind stops up, I fidget and stare at my shoes, then mumble something incoherent and inane before skittering off through a convenient exit. The best that I can hope for is what I have already mentioned, viewing him from hidden heights, delighting in the sound of second-hand, recycled laughter and rejoicing in the few brief glimpses that I catch of him, either dining or asleep. He sleeps so sweetly. On his side, he hugs his pillow, smiles, and even chuckles every now and then, as something in his dreams conspires to bring him forth. And when he eats, the Hibiki tradition is quite evident in the refined and classy way in which he handles his utensils, daintily bringing bite after bite into a thin-lipped mouth, which carefully chews each morsel. Even in the cafeteria, he shows his cultured ways, and being there at the same time as he, and seeing the display with open eyes for once, instead of with the vision of my mind, that tempted me, upon a time, to thinly try my luck, to go to him, reveal my heart, and stand my judgment stoically. Yeah, right. When due came to a due, I summoned him. I did. Radical! I yelled, as he was exiting the lunch line. Yes? He asked, and smiled, and walked to where I stood. I looked at him, and tried to speak, but my mouth went dry, and my throat closed up, and all I managed was some clumsy stammering while the two of us stood awkwardly before each other. Then, I looked into his eyes. Perhaps in them there would be something I could use, that I could bring up to begin intelligent parley. Moloch. His family genes kicked in, and noticing my attentions, he turned red, and lowered his head to stare at the reconstituted beans that graced his plastic meal tray. He was about to leave. I could tell. His feet were shuffling uncomfortably, and his thumbs were fidgeting along the upraised side ridges of the tray. This was the time. I drew deep breaths for courage, and was pleased, I must admit, at how each inhalation brought Rat's face a step or two closer to crimson, then hardened my countenance and started. Radical! I cried. Over here. What? I swiveled, trying to find who had called me. Just my luck. The physics club were seated at a table of their own, trying their hand at some new problem of theirs. No matter how many times I told them that my major was to be exploratory history, they refused to leave me, and although I had not registered, was made a de facto, non-dues paying member sheerly through the virtue of my valedictorian grades in the course. "Think you could help us here?" asked one of them. "We've been at this one for hours, and we don't have a clue as to how to finish it." "I think you have to go now," said the darling Hibiki. I nodded, then remembered something. "I haven't said my name, have I?" I asked. "Mirabe'll get you." That sentence all came through. Rabiko shook his head. "Go Sankuzi Scaride," I told him, and in an automatic greeting gesture offered my hand. Before I realized what I had done, he took it in his own firm grip, and shook it. "Hibiki Rabiko. Pleased to meet you." With that, he turned and left to eat with friends, leaving me standing dazed. I still remember every moment of that touch. When skin to skin, my powers were allowed to probe him, feel him, sense his nature and his soul. And now I'm in it worse than ever. Never since, or year before, had ever such a noble, happy, pure and pristine spirit crossed my path. His dominant color was a pale pastel pink, his feeling warmth and comfort, and throughout all that intelligence and perspicacity suffused. That wasn't all. Oh, I can't describe the rest. It was like all the goodness in the world combined into a batter, then mixed and baked into a light, spongy angel food cake. The physics club never did get me to help them with that problem. As soon as I regained my senses, I bolted out the door and didn't stop my legs until I had rushed into my room, locked the door and was prone upon my bed. It's been a week, well, almost two, and still I cannot rid my mind of what I felt that noon. No more. I must come out of hiding. What time is it? I look outside the window. The moon is up, and thanks to all the rain clouds has a watery halo. Judging by its angle of ascension, and the time of year, it's probably close to midnight. I could look at my clock, but then what use would it have been to take that astrophysics course? Tonight I'll tell him. If I don't, I risk that someone else will beat me to his heart. Where could he be? Oh. Concentrate. I closed my eyes, as I was trained to do, and focus on the words that I had said on him. Protection, luck, and health they bring, but also should allow me to feel where he am nothing. I try again, and think I feel him very faintly. A soft, warm glow, a flash of pink, and then it's gone. The magic still is much too recent, and before it has a chance to grow, I won't be able to get much from it. Better go to Jansen's. She usually knows where that Hibiki is. I stand up and look in the mirror. Typical Gosankuji figure. Sunken eyes surrounded by dark rings, a pale white face, and long brown hair that falls until my waist, a bright white stripe along the middle bringing symmetry to my whole, and lot of clothes. It looks alright, I guess. Black bodysuit, a leather jacket. Nothing to complain about. and if I'm lucky, it might even bring a nosebleed from that darling rat. I smile. The deer is truly air to use. A pet, a smooth, a brush, and I leave. The room I'm looking for is closed. Just a few doors and a hallway or two and I'm there. Who knew Hall, A321. I knock. Come in, says a female voice. I open the door. Inside Herr Jansen, with that friend of hers. Ken. I never could remember her last name. Oh. Hi there, Mudkin, Childress says, and the other waves. Somewhat nervously. She's always been a bit jittery around me. Oh, I can't tell why. Do you know where Radico is? Rat? I nod. Haven't seen him for days. He went off on some school trip with Thompson. Considering his sense of direction, you know what that means. I sigh. She's right. I only hope that Kim, being American, does not desire him as I do. I can only hope. But worse, if he likes her. I stopped that train of thought. No use in worrying until he returns, which may take days or weeks. Thank you, I answer, and excuse myself. Tonight was not the night. I'll wait for him, and when we meet again, then I will tell him. I will. No more excuses, no more delays. He will know how I feel, and I will accept the fate which he pronounces. I walk back, to sit, and think, and work, and hold my breath in expectation of what is to come. The future. Somewhere in China, a motomech speeds through a barren landscape. We're out of the range of the nav map, says a black-haired boy, red bandana flapping in the wind. Out of range? The girl behind him frowns. I thought those things were good for 1,000 k radius. They are. And we are out of that radius. R-A-G-I-K-O no B-A-K. Asterisk Chapter 26 Asterisk Episode 1 Resurrection Prologue JUSENKYO 2096 I squint in the moonlight, trying to find the marks I scratched into the floorboards during the daylight hours. Juzenkyo, never one for electric lighting or amenities, is nevertheless ruthless in its demands for exactitude. A few feeble silver rays trickling through the roof's slats are my only illumination as I finish inscribing the wards. I thank the gods for the centuries of careful Amazon breeding that have blessed me with good sight. This is the last time I will have to face the dark. I have lived in it, gone mad, bathed myself in the spiritual murk of the cursed pools for almost a century, and my penance is almost done in just a few moments. It will give way to my Rama redemption. Juzenkyo demands a price. That phrase is burned inside my head through force and pain and 1,000 proofs, but it has taken what was out it, and still more my youth, years of my life and all of AK. None of that. Not now. I act paid over full, and am out at least this in return. The spell is not perfect, it has its faults, but it will have to do. It is all I can do. The candles before me are needles, the carefully drawn symbols and lines are the thread. With these tools and my clumsy hands I will try to mend the broken pattern. But I was never a good seamstress. I know that the stitches will be visible and crude, but at least the cloth will hold together, and the tear in the fabric, the tear in my mind, the tear in our shared reality will have been patched. Fire. I speak the word, then close my eyes and visualize his death. A laugh, a flash, a blinding beam, and then he's burned, his silk shirt charred and smoldering upon his carbonized flesh. The red he is affianced to wraps her arms around him, cries, and flame. My mental offering is accepted by whatever minor deity oversees my spell, and one of the candles erupts in a tall crimson jet. Air. The soul that haunted my beloved is roused from dormancy. As it stretches, yawns and rises, so does the corpse it once inhabited, and when it leaves, the shell of a warrior falls onto a similarly colored asphalt with an unworthy, organic thump. There is room in my mind's eye only for the smile on the face of the wakened spirit, for the upwards tilt of her red-haired head as her eyes meet that of her betrothed, and to complete a pact they'd made long before I thought of mine. The phantom assassin and his bride the parasite then slink away and disappear. They do not see or mind the soul that's left behind, that screams then falls into a forced sleep on its rocket quick trip across the ocean to a clear and shallow pool. A flash of white. I've thought enough. Earth. His cremation. A closed casket affair, for one whose looks and charm captured the heart of any maiden foolish enough to come near him. The coffin rolls into the incinerator as his loved ones say goodbye, but what they burn is a husk, nothing more. It is a product of the rice and prizes which the spiritual host commanded its mortal symbiote to eat while the two were yet together. They burn 1,000 meals, and call it a memorial rather than a culinary failure. The flames close around the box and devour the offering, while the pile of ashes grows, and spreads, and falls through the grate into the collecting tray. Yellow flame to my right. Now for the hardest part. Water. Choose and kill. How can both of them? Too many memories, too many feelings. A threat of madness, but I can't afford that, not now. I must focus. For him. For me and for those I've sacrificed to bring this night to be, I must. I think. I need that which touches upon him, not me. That comes later. I toss away my solitude, my third and second losses, all my cell-phone pains, and think only on what he would want to know about, and that which he would like most hidden. Water. A bridge. Late at night. A young girl in a soft-colored dress. A splash. Desperate grabbing. A search for something that is in another puddle, far away, and then a death. She follows him to the grave after a valiant and inadequate attempt at vengeance. The girl dies a warrior's death, and when her corpse is dredged we see the battle scars, the bloated limbs, the fish bites and jellied tissues. Enough. Blue flame. Only the tip of the pentacle is missing, and though it has been burning in me for 100 years, I must wait for the body that's fated to arrive before I may light that fire. I must rehearse. I must prepare my vocal cords. At last, I manage to croak. The enhanced candlelight warms me. making the tears coming down my cheeks seem as cold as graveyard soil. So long, and now I feel a tremor. The spiritual sensors that I built can feel my quarry coming closer. There is no time to waste in remorse or memory. I dry my face with my edge of my cloak and speak the final incantation of the cycle. Soul, mine to resurrect him, and another's to bind him. I think of his smile, of the lightness in my chest that it once caused, of his tricks and kindnesses, and even of his snubs and our first battles. I go back to his death, to what it did to me and to my perception of him. I think of my madness, my passions, my loves and my child and the fools that took them from me. I think of the life I've spent on the reversal of his demise, and I scream. I tear my hair, letting my body do what it has yearned to for hours. I let out the pent-up anger and hate and jealousy for the other three, and then the happiness. He will be here, with me. I will be here, for him. Woe is me. Green flame. The pentacle is complete, and its fiery tips bend to join in its center. For a moment, the room is lit as if by a midsummer sun, and then a pillar of pure white breaks through the roof. It blinds me. It seems to reach to know, past the heavens, and so it must. It will be a beacon, bait and trap for no other prey than to souls. I smile, and speak to he who slumbers still. Tonight we'll be together. Episode 1, Resurrection. When I woke up everything had gone. I'd slept through the blast, the conflagration, the whole death typhoon. enemies I should have known better than to go on a scavenger hunt with Hibiki Raraku, especially right before midterms. But the poor boy is so cute. I don't know whether it was the way he moved his hands around, or the helplessness in his voice, or just the way he tossed stray locks of hair back over his bandana. But his charms won me over in the end. And now we're lost. Of course. Were it any other handsome boy, it'd be a pleasure to be alone with him under a moonlit sky, hugging him tightly and pressing my chest to his back while the ends of his bandana flapped in the wind. But this isn't some other guy. This is Radiko Hibiki, the boy who stranded his last girlfriend in Ethiopia on his way to the local park. Rat, are you sure this is the way to Tokyo Station? He lifts his right hand from the steering bar to cup the back of his head, and do that little ahem of his. Sure. It's, right over the next boulder. I sighs. Last time I checked, no place in downtown Tokyo looked like a giant's rock garden. I suppose those little gnarled trees are really skyscrapers in disguise. No answer, but at least he's steering with both hands now. Look, I'd managed to schedule a small break to do this with you. But I'd have to be back by dawn. I'd have a firmament, we're out of range of the nav map. As he speaks the words, I feel the body I'm holding on to heat itself to an almost painful temperature. Rat, come down. You're having one of your anger fevers, and I'd rather not have to explain second-degree burns on my chest. Didn't you hear what I said? You said we're out of range of... Oh. Don't those things, I ask, have 1,000 k radius? A shift in the red of his bandana tells me he's nodded. The cloth between his stomach and my hands begins to singe. And we are out of that radius. R-E-I-R-A-K-U-N-O-B-A-K. Oops. Didn't mean to squeeze him that hard. Nearly toppled us both when he swerved. At least he cooled down. Not but I haven't. You do realize I have 4 midterms left. I have 6. How are we going to get back? A shrug. How does he manage it? Like everyone else, at first I laughed at his tales of ending up in Siberia while looking for the bathroom. But when he started bringing back souvenirs, a shrug. Is that the best you can do? Until we're in contact range, he's cut off by a pillar of light rising in front of us. It blinds him, and the hovercycle tilts over. I managed to avoid a wipeout by acting as a counterweight. What was, I begin. Rocket, he answers, predicting my question. Probably military. I've seen enough desert tests at use. Right. I keep forgetting that his parents own the largest security and military supplier in the world. Do you think this is your parents? Let's find out. And if it isn't, I'm sure the guards will tell us where to scram to. I smile, though he can't see it, and rest my head in the hollow made by the base of his tilted neck. The wind whistles by us, and I enjoy the feel of my leather jacket against my arms, of his soft hair upon my forehead and his stiff but padded stomach throbbing gently against my hands with his breaths and exhalations. If he gets us back home, I might not even have to get mad at him for having landed us in wherever we are. Rat? HRM? Do you have any idea where the white beam disappears as quickly as it came, and to our light-adapted eyes the moonlight is as good as total darkness.